You're lying here in the dark, still awake, and that's all right. The room holds its breath just slightly slower than your own, like the air is waiting to see what you'll do next. With all these thoughts that keep turning over, words said or not said, tones missed, pauses too long, phrases half-formed on the edge of meaning. You don't need to fix any of it now. There's no one here asking you to rehearse a better version. No script to follow, no audience to impress. The only thing that matters tonight is how gently you can let go. This quiet hum, these loops replaying conversations you wish had gone differently, isn't something broken in you. It isn't proof you're failing at stillness, or that sleep won't come if you don't untangle it all before dawn. These thoughts are just passing through, like clouds over a lake that reflect the sky, but never truly belong to it. They appear and they pass, and one by one, you can let them drift away without needing to answer them. If you've ever searched for philosophy to fall asleep to, or deep thoughts to sleep with, or calm the mind before sleep, or stoic calm at night, this is not a technique meant to solve anything. It's not a path out of your own mind, but an invitation into its quietest corner. The idea isn't to correct the past, rewrite what was said, or pretend it didn't happen. What matters now is that you're allowed to stop holding on. The day has ended, and whatever weight you carried through it, the unfinished tasks, the words left unsaid, the moment when you hesitated instead of speaking, none of that needs resolving tonight. The mind can carry only so much at once, and what's been held too long begins to press down like a stone in your coat pocket. But stones don't stay with you forever. You're not required to keep them out of kindness or duty. They were never yours to begin with. You notice how certain phrases float up again, those lines that replay like old recordings, worn thin from repetition, the way someone looked at you when you said something and didn't mean it quite right, or the silence after a question that felt too heavy to answer. Not every moment needs to be settled. Some conversations don't need endings. They just need to rest. You are not responsible for perfecting what is already past. You're only responsible for how you meet this night, with your eyes closed and your breath slowing into the dark. That is enough. No more effort than that. Just lying down, letting the body remember its own shape beneath the blanket, the way it settles when no one's watching. The mind loves to repeat itself, not because it wants to hurt you, but because it thinks repetition means safety, as if saying something over and over will make it true or change what happened. But truth isn't built through rehearsal. It lives in presence, not performance. And right now, presence is all you have. The soft weight of your arm resting on the pillow, the cool touch beneath your fingertips where skin meets fabric. Let one thought go without trying to replace it with another. Let a memory fade simply because you've stopped feeding it breath. You don't need to fill every silence with something meaningful. Sometimes, silence is not emptiness, but space being made for rest. There's no reason why the past must be held in your hands when it has already left. The words that didn't come out last week are gone now. They're not waiting for you at some door in time to knock again. They've moved on, like birds crossing a field at dusk, leaving behind only footprints in dust. And yet your mind keeps calling them back, like pulling an old book off the shelf and turning the pages just to see if anything has changed since last time. But books don't change when you reread them. The letters stay where they were planted long ago. No correction, no new chapter appears because you read it again. So let that book close now. Let the sentences you wished you'd said lie still on their own page, not needing your voice to make them real. They're already there, written in the air between two people, somewhere beyond reach. But they don't need your attention anymore. You are no longer required to rewrite what was spoken or unspoken. There's a quiet way of being where you realize that almost nothing you've held onto for so long actually belongs to you. Not the shame, not the regret, not even the image of how you wanted to be seen. All those things were borrowed, passed through your mind like visitors staying too long in a house they never owned. You are not what you remember saying or failing to say. You're not defined by moments where hesitation stood between you and truth. The self that speaks so urgently now, replaying old scenes with such precision, is just one version of you, passing through the dark like any other thought, no more real than a shadow. And if that's true, if every version of yourself is temporary, shifting, never fixed, then there's something gentle about not needing to defend any of them. There's ease in knowing you don't have to stay one person forever. You can be different tomorrow, or even now, simply by letting go. No need to prove anything tonight. No performance required for the night to be enough. The mind doesn't have to earn rest. It only has to allow it. You notice how often your thoughts return to that conversation, how clearly you recall every shift in tone, every pause, every glance. But memory isn't a camera recording truth. It's more like weather shaping stone. Over time, the same event gets worn smoother, deeper, altered by what came after. What feels sharp now may already be softening somewhere far beyond your awareness. And perhaps that's enough not to fix it, not even to understand it, but simply to let it lie in peace where it is, behind you, out of reach. There are some things no amount of thinking can change. Some words never come back once they've left the mouth, and yet we keep waiting for them like ghosts who might return If only we say their name again. But ghosts don't listen to us. They move on when they're ready. So let your own voice rest now. Let the weight of what you wish had been different settle into stillness. Not because it's forgotten, but because it no longer needs your care. You are allowed to stop rehearsing. There is nothing here you have to hold tonight. Not even the memory of silence between two people who almost spoke. The mind doesn't need answers. It only needs permission to be quiet, even when thoughts come back. Words that ache, phrases that hang in air like unthrown stones. You can let them rise and fall without trying to catch them. There's a difference between noticing something and holding onto it. You notice the way your breath slows just slightly as you lie still. The way your body sinks into the mattress with no effort at all. Not falling, not surrendering, just accepting that gravity is enough. And in this acceptance, there's space for what doesn't need fixing. The day has passed. It's gone now. Whatever was left unresolved isn't yours to resolve tonight. There's a quiet knowing that comes when you stop believing you must carry everything with you into the dark. You are not your past conversations. You are not even your thoughts about them. You're just this moment. Here, lying down, eyes closed, breathing in and out without needing to name it. And if there's anything true at all, it's that you don't have to be anyone right now. Not the person who said too little, or spoke too late, or stayed silent when they should have spoken. You're just a presence, warm, quiet, alive, and that is already enough. The mind doesn't need more than this. No story needs finishing. No memory demands attention. Not even your own voice has to be heard tonight. There's nothing here you have to hold. Only rest. And if the thoughts rise again, if one phrase returns or a tone echoes in the hollow of your chest, there's no failure in that. Just notice it. Name it softly, like something passing through, and let it go without fighting for its return. You don't need to fix what isn't broken. You just need to stop holding on. You feel how the air in the room has settled into a kind of quiet that isn't empty, but full of stillness, like dust suspended between two panes of glass, neither falling nor rising, just being. It's not silence as absence, but presence without sound. And you don't need to fill it. You don't even need to be in it fully. Just lying here is enough. The thoughts that came before, they're not gone, but they've changed shape. They no longer press against your ribs like fists. They've slowed down, softened at the edges, become less urgent, like letters left on a table after a storm, still legible, but no longer needing to be read. There's something in the way your body rests now, not stiff with intention, not curled around regret, but simply letting gravity take its turn. Your shoulder blades lie flat against the mattress. The weight of the blanket isn't heavy. It's just there, like a breath held for too long, finally released. And when you breathe out, it doesn't feel like effort. It feels like release, not from anything specific, but from the need to be doing something with your body. You're not trying to fix the past by remembering it again. You're not trying to rewrite what wasn't said. There's no command in this moment, only allowance. The mind doesn't have to earn its right to rest. It doesn't need to prove it's quiet enough before being allowed to be still. What is here now? This slow breath, the soft dark behind your eyelids, is not a reward for good behavior. It's simply what happens when you stop demanding more. The conversations that replay in your head, they're not real anymore. Not the way they were when first spoken. They've become echoes shaped by time and silence and everything that followed. You remember how it felt to say something too late, or not at all, but now you notice. You don't need the memory of that feeling to be true. The truth doesn't depend on whether you recall every pause or tone change. It depends only on what's present in this room, right here, right now. You might have wished for a different word. You might wish you'd spoken sooner, but those wishes aren't evidence of failure. They're just signs that your heart still cares. And caring isn't wrong. Caring is human. What matters isn't whether the moment was perfect or complete. It's that you were there, in it, feeling something real. That part remains. The rest, the words you didn't say, the ones that hang like fog over a lake, those are not yours to carry forever. There's a kind of freedom in letting go without knowing where things go, not knowing if they'll return, or how long they'll stay gone. You don't have to keep track. The mind doesn't need to monitor every memory like a guard at the gate. It can rest just as well with the doors open. You're not your words. You are not even your thoughts about them. You're what remains when you stop trying to define yourself through moments that no longer belong to you. Moments already slipping away, becoming part of the quiet between heartbeats. There's a stillness in how the air moves across your skin when you don't shift. It doesn't need to be noticed. It just is. Like the way a river flows under ice without needing to announce itself. The surface stays frozen, but below, movement continues. Soft, slow, unbothered by what's above. You're not required to understand why things happened as they did. You don't have to explain the silence between two people who almost spoke. No one ever asked you to justify your hesitation or your voice. The only thing that matters is this moment. The feeling of lying down, eyes closed, body held in place by softness and gravity. The thoughts come back not because they're important, but because they've been repeated so often. But repetition doesn't make them true. It just makes them familiar. like a tune played on an old radio, heard again and again until it loses its edge. The melody remains, but the urgency fades. You don't have to answer every memory. You don't need to respond to every echo. There's no rule that says you must return to something once it's gone. That kind of responsibility isn't yours to bear. What was said can't be unsaid. But what hasn't been said doesn't have to haunt you either. There's a quiet in the dark where words don't matter, where tone means nothing, where being late or early holds no weight. There, only presence remains, not as effort, not as performance, but simply as breath and warmth and the slow turn of awareness. You're allowed to stop measuring your worth by how well you spoke or didn't. You are enough just for being here, just for lying still, just for letting the mind be unsettled without needing to fix it. There's no test, no scorecard. No one is watching, not even yourself. The night isn't asking anything of you. It doesn't want a story finished or a conversation rewritten. It only wants you to rest, to let things go not because they're unimportant, but because they've already passed through your hands and are no longer yours to hold. You notice how the thoughts that come now don't carry weight. They drift like smoke, visible for a moment, then gone. You don't chase them. You don't try to understand where they came from or what they mean. You just let them pass through, like clouds over stars that never stop shining. There's no need to be someone specific tonight. Not the person who said too little. Not the one who waited too long. Not even the one who remembers every detail. You're not required to play any role at all. You can simply be warm, still, aware, and unclaimed. The mind doesn't have to earn its rest by being quiet for a certain amount of time. It doesn't need to prove it's done enough thinking before letting go. Rest isn't earned, it's received, like light through a window that wasn't waiting for permission to enter. There's something tender in how the dark settles around you. Not cold, not empty, but full of space where nothing needs to happen, where no one needs to say anything, where silence is not failure, but freedom. You're not responsible for making meaning out of every moment. You don't have to tie everything together into a story with resolution. The fact that some things remain unresolved isn't a flaw in the day. It's just how life moves. Not everything needs closure. Not every wound has to be healed tonight. Sometimes, what matters most is simply not trying, not fighting, not replaying, just lying here, eyes closed, breathing without purpose, letting time pass like water through fingers. No need to hold on. The thoughts that return, they don't have to be answered. They don't even have to be acknowledged with full attention. You can notice them lightly, like a leaf drifting across the surface of still water. It doesn't sink because you watched it. It just floats by. You are not your past conversations, not even your memory of them. You're what remains when all that effort, trying, remembering, wishing, has stopped. And what remains is simple: warmth, breath, darkness, and the quiet knowledge that you don't have to do anything right now. You're already enough just by being here. There's a kind of peace in knowing that some things aren't yours to fix, that not every silence needs an explanation, that not every moment has to be meaningful, that it's okay to let go, even when the weight still feels real. You don't have to carry what no longer belongs to you. Not the words left unsaid, not the looks that lingered too long, not the moments where your voice failed or rose too late. You're not required to honor them by remembering every detail. They can rest, and so can you. There's a softness in how your body sinks into the mattress, like soil accepting rain without needing to explain why it needs water. It just does. No reason needed, no performance required, just presence. You're allowed to stop rehearsing what never happened. You don't have to prepare for a conversation that will never take place. There's no need to practice saying things you didn't say. The mind can rest from the task of rewriting history, even if only for tonight. There is a quiet between breaths where even memory feels lighter, like something that has already drifted out of reach before you had time to name it. You don't need to keep track of every moment that slipped by. Not the pause in their voice, not the way your hands rested on the table without moving, not the silence that stretched long enough for a thought to form and then vanish like steam from a cup left too long on the stove. It's all already gone, and you are not behind because it passed. You are simply here, where time doesn't demand anything of you. The air in this room is still but not dead. It holds warmth like an old coat folded at the foot of the bed, waiting for no one to wear it. It doesn't ask to be used, it just exists. And so, can you? No need to prove your presence with action or thought. You are not obligated to say anything to yourself now. Not even a single word is required. There's room in this stillness for silence that does not mean emptiness, for darkness that isn't absence but fullness, full of what was never asked for and never promised. You don't need to fix the way it felt when they looked at you without speaking. You don't have to make sense of why your throat tightened or how long a breath can last before it becomes a memory. The body remembers things the mind doesn't want to keep. How the fingers curled inward, how the jaw tensed just slightly before the silence grew too heavy. But those memories aren't yours to carry forward. They're like footprints in sand after a wave has passed, visible for an instant, then smoothed over by what comes next. Let the last words you didn't say settle into the space between now and never. Let them rest where they were meant to go. Not in your head, not on a page, but somewhere quiet and unclaimed. Not lost, just released. There's no need to mourn something that never had a chance to be spoken aloud. The way the night folds around you is gentle, not with any intention of healing or comfort, but simply because it can. It doesn't care if your thoughts are unresolved. It doesn't judge whether what happened was fair or not. The dark holds everything without needing to explain itself. You don't have to earn its softness. It isn't waiting for you to become someone before letting you in. There's a stillness beneath the surface of things, like water under ice, moving slowly, silently, never rushed. And it doesn't matter if your mind keeps turning over old moments as though they were seeds needing to be planted again. The ground has already accepted them. They've sunk down and are no longer yours to dig up. You don't need to defend the version of yourself that stood there in silence. You aren't required to apologize for not speaking, or to justify why you held back. Not even your own judgment needs permission to rest tonight. There's a quiet way of being where doing nothing is not failure, but full presence, where absence can be as true and real as arrival. The mind keeps trying to return, like a hand reaching toward something just out of reach, but it doesn't have to make contact. It can hover, pause, linger in the space between wanting and having. And that's okay. That's not weakness. That's simply how thought works. Sometimes it comes back to visit, but it doesn't get invited in. You're allowed to let go without needing a reason, not because you've changed your mind, or because you've forgiven them, or even because time has healed anything. You can release this moment just because it no longer needs to live inside you. The act of letting go isn't about resolution, it's about space. About making room for what comes next. There's a kind of dignity in how the body settles, how your shoulders lower not from effort, but simply because they don't need to hold up anything anymore. Like branches releasing their leaves at season's end without ceremony, without regret, without needing to explain why. They just let go. And so can you. You're not responsible for carrying all that happened in the way it was lived. Not every silence needs a voice. Not every pause requires an answer. Some moments are meant only to be felt and then passed over, like leaves caught briefly in a current before being carried away into still water downstream. There's no need to replay how they looked at you, or what your hands were doing when the moment ended. You don't have to remember whether your voice shook, whether it was too soft, too loud, too late. Those details are not yours to carry forward. They're like shadows that fade in daylight, not because they didn't exist, but because their purpose has passed. The body remembers what the mind wants to forget. How warmth pooled where fingers touched fabric. How breath slowed when someone else was near. But those sensations don't have to be named. They can stay unspoken, tucked beneath skin like old letters never sent. You don't need to open them now. And if you do remember something sharp, the way a tone cut through the air, or how your chest tightened, let it remain there, not as a wound, but as a mark on time. Like ink smudged on paper by accident, not erased because it's ugly, but left behind because it was real. You are not required to be whole in order to rest, not even close. You can lie here with fragments still floating. Thoughts that don't make sense, memories that feel unfinished, and they don't need to be fixed. They can just be. As long as you're not trying to push them away or pull them closer, there's a kind of grace in how your breath flows without effort now. No attempt to slow it down, no instruction to deepen. It moves on its own, like water finding the lowest path through earth. And when it does, there's nothing left to do but let it happen. You don't have to be careful with what you feel. You don't need to protect yourself from the weight of a memory that returns too softly. No one is watching. No record is being kept. There's no consequence for allowing something tender to surface, even if it doesn't resolve, even if it leaves no answer behind. The mind isn't meant to be perfect. It isn't meant to have all the right words or the right timing. It's just meant to keep breathing, like air passing through a tree, like light moving across walls in slow motion, without purpose, without needing to arrive anywhere. You can rest, not because you've done enough thinking, but because you don't need to do anything at all. There's no demand placed upon you by the night, no expectation that you must be quiet or calm or peaceful. You just are, and being is enough, even if your thoughts return. Especially when they do, you're allowed to meet them with softness, not resistance. Not every moment has to have a meaning. Some things exist simply because they were felt, and that's more than enough. The darkness doesn't ask you to explain yourself. It doesn't care whether the conversation could have gone differently, or if your silence was wise or foolish. It just holds you in its quiet without demanding anything in return. And so, can you hold what remains? Your body, your breath, the warmth beneath the blanket, not as a burden, but as a homecoming. You don't need to earn stillness. You're already within it. The act of lying here, eyes closed, mind drifting not toward answers, but simply toward absence of effort, that is its own kind of arrival. Even if no one ever says what should have been said, even if the moment remains unspoken, it doesn't matter now. Not in this room, not under these stars that don't exist, yet feel close enough to touch. What matters is not whether something was fixed, but whether you are allowed to stop trying. The past isn't waiting for your approval. It's already moved on. And so can you. Without a reason, without proof, just by letting yourself be here, in this breath, in this dark, with nothing to prove and no one to convince. The air settles between your ribs like dust after a long stillness. Soft, unclaimed, no longer needing to be stirred. It gathers where thoughts once rushed through, not as absence, but as space left behind by something that has passed on. You don't have to name the silence. You don't have to fill it with meaning or proof of your presence in it. The room is full enough with what remains, not an emptiness, but a quiet fullness, like water held just beneath the surface of a pond where ripples no longer matter. You are not required to carry any version of that conversation forward. No edited memory, no rephrased line, no imagined second chance. The words you wish had been spoken were never meant for this hour. They belong to another time, one still vibrating in the air like a tone after it stopped being played. And now they are only sound without source. No echo needs to answer. The way your hand rests on the blanket, fingers slightly curled, palm warm against fabric, is not an act of control. It is just where you are, and that is enough. Not because you've decided to be still, but because stillness has simply found you. There's no effort in it, no posture to maintain, no position to defend. The body doesn't need permission to rest. It only needs the space for it to happen. The light from outside, what little there is, doesn't reach far into this corner of the room. It pools near the window like a memory that won't quite form. But even in its absence, you are not lost. There's no need to search for shape or direction when the dark doesn't ask for answers. You don't have to remember how it felt, whether your voice cracked, whether they looked away too soon, whether your silence was interpreted as strength or surrender. That isn't what matters now. What matters is that you are here, in this breath, with no demand on your memory, no obligation to reconstruct the moment. The past doesn't live in recollection. It lives only in the way certain feelings return, like a scent carried through an open window when no one was expecting it. And so let them come, not as warnings or failures, but as signals of where you've been. They don't need to be met with guilt or correction. You are not responsible for what happened between words that never came out. No part of you needs to defend the silence. There is no law against stillness in moments meant for speech, even if your chest tightens slightly at the thought of it. Just a small pull, like a thread caught on something unseen. You can let that too be there, not as resistance, not as an obstacle to peace, but as a sensation moving through you, like wind over stone. It is not yours to fix. It is only yours to feel, and then release. There's no rule that says every feeling must lead somewhere. Some moments exist simply because they were lived, and the living was enough. The act of remembering isn't failure. It's proof you were present. And being present doesn't mean you have to answer for it now. The way your breath slows without effort, without even noticing, is not a victory, nor is it performance. It is just the body returning to its natural rhythm after a stretch of urgency, like roots settling deeper into soil when no one is watching. There's nothing to claim, nothing to earn, just continuation. Even if thoughts drift back, the way your hand lifted slightly before you spoke, the way their eyes flickered toward something else mid-sentence, let them pass through like clouds over a field at dusk. You don't need to follow them. You don't even need to see where they go. They're not leaving behind footprints. There's no ledger of what should have been said or undone. The world doesn't keep track in that way. It moves on without counting your hesitations, your delays, your unspoken care. And so, can you, without apology, without explanation, simply by breathing into the now. You don't need to be ready for anything tomorrow, not even close. No future moment requires proof of your courage or clarity today. The only thing that matters is what's happening right here. This softness beneath your back, the way your skin remembers warmth, the quiet hum in the walls like a house dreaming itself into sleep. And if a memory rises, just one fragment, just an image of their face half turned toward you when the moment passed, you can let it be. Not as loss, not as regret, but as part of the landscape of being. Like leaves drifting down from trees after autumn has already left. They don't need to fall in formation. They only need to land where they will. No one is waiting for you to reconcile anything. No conversation demands completion. The silence between people isn't failure. It's just another kind of language, as valid as any spoken word, and no less real because it wasn't named. Even if the weight of what wasn't said lingers in your shoulders, just a quiet pressure, like fog settling on stone. You can rest with that too, not trying to lift it, not asking why it's there, just letting it be part of the stillness instead of its enemy. The body remembers more than the mind ever will. It holds what words never reached. And when you notice your fingers twitch slightly, just a small tremor, like a spark in dry grass, you don't need to stop it. You don't have to call it anything. It's not a signal, not a warning, just a tiny movement passing through muscle and nerve, unasked for, unclaimed, but allowed. There is no requirement that you be whole or coherent or even consistent in how you feel tonight. The mind isn't meant to stay on track. It's meant to wander, to pause, to loop back. Just like rivers find their way around obstacles without needing a map, you are not responsible for every thought that appears. You don't need to guide it or judge its return. Some things surface because they were never fully laid down. They linger in the quiet corners of attention, waiting only to be acknowledged and then released. And so you can let this moment stay uncompleted, not as a flaw, but as an invitation to live with uncertainty without fear, to rest not when everything is resolved, but precisely when it isn't. The dark doesn't care whether your thoughts are clean or messy. It holds them all the same, without correction, without record, without demand. Even if you feel something like sorrow, not sharp, not loud, just a low hum beneath your ribs, you don't have to name it. You don't even need to say it's there. It can simply be present as part of the quiet, like shadows that gather in a room when light fades but never leave. You are allowed to feel what you feel without needing to fix it or explain it. No one is listening. There's no audience for your inner life. You aren't being judged for how much silence you carried or how little you said. The act of lying here, eyes closed, breathing slowly, this isn't performance. It isn't effort. It's not even waiting to be asleep. It's just presence. Not the kind that needs permission, but one that simply exists. And when your mind returns, again, quietly, to a moment you'd like to rewrite, you don't need to stop it. You can let the thought arrive and then let it pass through, not as an event requiring response, but as a breath passing over water. There is no rule that says you must be careful with what comes back. No law against being human in this hour. You are allowed to feel everything without having to do anything about it. Even if your heart stutters once, just a momentary shift, like the wind changing direction. You don't need to correct it. It doesn't mean anything is wrong. It means you're alive. And that's enough. The body doesn't ask for perfection. The night doesn't measure your worth by how many thoughts you've released or how deeply you've settled. It only offers this space, not as a gift, not as a reward, but simply as what exists when no one is demanding anything of you, and so can you. Just be in the space that's already there. Let it hold you without needing to earn it. You don't need to do more than breathe, and even that isn't required. It happens on its own. There is a quiet between breaths where nothing has to be said, and you are already held by it. You don't need to fill it. The stillness doesn't ask for your attention, only your presence. And you can let the space around your shoulders soften like linen left in the air after washing. Damp, but not heavy. There's no demand that you stay awake or fall asleep. Only this, being here exactly as you are, with thoughts moving through you like water under a bridge, not stopping, not clinging, just passing. You don't have to return what was lost. You don't have to reclaim the shape of words that slipped away in silence, unspoken at the edge of meaning. The air remembers them anyway. Those syllables that trembled but never left your lips. Those pauses where you hesitated and then let it go. They're not gone. They've simply settled into a different kind of being, not forgotten, just no longer needing to be spoken. And so they rest in the dark like small stones at the bottom of a stream, unseen, unmoved, but still there. There is room for what can't be fixed, not because it's unimportant, but because some things aren't meant to be repaired. They're meant to be released. Like leaves that fall without apology. They don't linger in the air out of guilt or regret. They drift down and lie where they land, no longer burdened by their own weight. You are not required to carry every word you never said, not even the ones you keep circling like a dog returning to an old scent. The mind doesn't have to finish its loop just because it began. It can pause, it can slow, it can turn inward and stay without needing to emerge with answers or clarity. There's no law that says your feelings must lead somewhere. They don't need direction, destination, or resolution. Some emotions are not meant for action. They're meant for stillness, like a fire that burns low in the hearth. Warmth remains even when the flame has dimmed to embers. You can let sorrow be present without needing it to do anything. Let longing linger like dust on a shelf, unmoved by your presence or absence. It doesn't need you to name it to exist. It simply exists as part of the quiet space between thoughts. Just another texture in the night's soft fabric. And when that moment comes again, the one where your breath catches slightly, not from fear, but from a memory too tender to hold, don't reach for it. Don't pull it closer or try to make sense of it. Just let it be felt, and then let it dissolve like mist, meeting the morning air. You don't have to protect yourself from feeling. You're allowed to feel what you've never been able to say. The night doesn't keep score. It only holds your body as it rests, your breath as it slows, your thoughts as they drift apart, no longer needing to be held together. Even the weight of a silence between people, those moments where words failed and there was nothing left but presence, doesn't have to be rewritten. You don't need to imagine how it might have gone differently. Not tonight. The past is not your taskmaster. It's not something you must correct or rework in order to rest. It's simply what happened, already passed through the body, recorded in muscle and breath, in the way your hands folded when you sat down at the table, and how your voice softened just before you stopped speaking. You don't need to go back, not even once. There is no rule that says you must be whole to deserve peace. No requirement that every part of you line up neatly or make sense together. Some pieces are meant to stay unresolved, like a sentence left unfinished, not because it's broken, but because the meaning was never in the completion. It was always in the pause between syllables, in what wasn't said, and how long the silence lasted after the last word had gone. And so you can let this moment be incomplete, not as failure, but as honesty. You don't have to fix your own past. You don't need to rewrite it into something softer or kinder. It's already been lived by someone who was doing their best with what they knew at the time. The person you were then is not separate from who you are now. They're part of the same quiet journey, just one step further along. And so when a thought returns, not with urgency, but simply as memory, you can let it sit in your awareness like a photograph left out on a desk, visible, unchanged, not demanding anything. You don't have to touch it. You don't have to place it back in the album or show it to anyone. It's just there, and that's enough. Even the things you've never said, those words still waiting behind your teeth, trembling like a thread about to break, are allowed to stay unspoken. They don't need to be set free, not even tonight. The act of holding them isn't wrong. It doesn't mean you're stuck or afraid. It simply means you're human. And humans carry things they can't yet release, like roots that grip soil long after a tree has fallen. Some memories aren't meant to be buried or forgotten. They're just part of the ground beneath your feet, shaping where you stand without needing to be seen. You don't have to reconcile every silence with light. You don't need to explain why some moments hurt more than others. There's no logic that demands clarity from grief or order from regret. Some things are only known by their weight, not because they're heavy, but because they've been carried for so long. And now, In this dark space where nothing is expected of you, you can simply let them rest on your shoulders without needing to carry them forward. There's no need to be certain about anything tonight. Not even whether the door was left open or if someone heard what you didn't say. You don't have to remember every detail. Not the tone, not the pause, not where their eyes went when they looked at you. That information doesn't matter now. What matters is this: that your body is warm under the covers, that your breath moves slowly through your chest, and that even if thoughts return, like shadows returning after dusk, you are still allowed to stay here, in the dark, with them, without needing to act. You don't have to be anything more than you are. No performance, no effort. Just being exactly as you are, with no one watching, no one judging, no record kept. The air around you is not waiting for your approval. It doesn't care if you're calm or restless, composed or undone. It holds all of it: your stillness and your tremor, your silence and your longing, with the same quiet patience as a river holding its course through stone. And so, when another thought rises, not with demand, but simply as memory, you can let it pass like wind over water, not by pushing it away, nor by pulling it close, just letting it be seen, felt, known, and then allowed to go. You don't have to do anything with it. There's no need for closure or resolution. The mind doesn't require a conclusion. It only requires permission to wander. You are not required to understand yourself tonight. Not even the parts that feel strange or unfamiliar. Some moments in the dark aren't meant to be figured out. They're meant to be lived quietly, without explanation. Like rain falling on soil you don't know, soaking into layers no one ever sees. It doesn't ask for gratitude. It just happens. And so does this. Your presence here, not fixing anything, not trying to be better or clearer or lighter, just being softly, slowly, without needing to earn it. There is a kind of listening that isn't about hearing words, but about holding space for what remains unsaid. The quiet after the last sentence has faded. The pause between heartbeats where everything is possible and nothing needs to be done. You can live in that stillness now, not as an achievement, not as victory over your mind, but simply as a place you are allowed to rest. You are not responsible for the shape of what comes next, not even the way your breath slows without intention, or how one thought settles like dust on a shelf no longer swept. You don't have to name the silence between heartbeats. It holds itself. It doesn't ask you to fill it with meaning or memory. It simply is. And in that stillness, you are not required to be whole, not even close. The shape of your presence tonight isn't measured by completion or clarity. You're allowed to be incomplete, like a room left with the door ajar, light seeping through only where it wants to. The conversation that won't settle doesn't need your attention anymore. It's not waiting for you to agree with it, or to defend yourself against it, or even to remember how it began. The words are already leaving, slipping through the cracks of memory like water through old stone. You don't have to catch them. They're not yours to keep. There was never a promise made that every feeling must be accounted for, every glance explained, every unspoken thing given weight by your attention. You can let go without proving anything. Not even that you've forgiven. Not even that you still care. Just letting the memory linger as something weathered, like a fence post worn smooth from years of wind and rain. You don't need to know why it's leaning, or what it once held. It stands where it is. That's enough. Some moments aren't meant for resolution. They're meant for being carried through the night like an old coat too heavy for spring, but not quite ready to be packed away. You wear it because you've worn it before, not out of duty, but habit. And now, in this quiet dark, there's space enough to notice that even a burden can become familiar, can feel almost like comfort if you stop trying to shed it. You are not asked to carry anything forward. Not the way their voice broke on the last sentence, nor how your hands trembled when you looked away. Not what was said in the pause between words, or the way your throat tightened before you could speak. None of it needs a reason now. It simply happened, and now it's gone. There is no score to keep, no ledger where every silence gets recorded and balanced against another. The night doesn't keep track. Your mind doesn't have to either. You can allow what remains to rest, like leaves fallen into the creek, moving downstream without resistance. They don't know why they're drifting. They only know that gravity is gentle tonight. The way your body lies beneath the blanket isn't performance. It's not even stillness. It's just being. The warmth under you isn't a sign of peace, nor an invitation to relax. It's simply what happens when flesh and fabric meet in darkness. There's no goal here, no effort required, not even for breathing. You don't have to be present the way people expect. Not sharp, not composed, not awake enough to fix anything or calm anything. You're allowed to feel like something is missing without needing to name it. That ache behind your ribs isn't a demand. It's just sensation, like fog clinging to the ground after rain, thick and low and slow. And when another memory rises, like a ripple on still water, you don't need to trace its source or predict where it will lead. You can let it move through you as something that was never meant to stay, a shape passing in front of moonlight, a shadow across the floor. It doesn't have to mean anything. It only has to be. There's no rule that says you must understand yourself tonight, not even your own silence, not your reluctance, not your hesitation, not why some words feel heavier than others when they come back. You don't need a reason for being tired, or why certain moments echo longer in the dark. That doesn't make them wrong, just true. You are allowed to be incomplete with no plan for completion. Just as the sky holds clouds without needing to smooth them out, or the ground carries roots that twist without permission, you can carry your own unspoken things, your unfinished thoughts, your withheld words, your hands still shaped like a gesture never made, not as wounds, but as part of the quiet weather inside you. You don't have to fix what's broken, not even the way some sentences didn't land right, not even how one glance could have changed everything, or how it didn't. You can let that moment be exactly as it was, uncorrected, unrepaired. It doesn't need your rewrite. It only needs your presence. And you are here. Even if your mind keeps circling back to the same spot, like a bird returning to an old branch, there's no reason to believe you'll never leave. No rule that says you must stay in the moment of regret or trapped by what wasn't said. You're allowed to be where you are without being defined by it. The air around you isn't waiting for your permission to exist. It doesn't care if you're restless or calm, open or closed, awake or drifting. It moves through every shape you make, your breaths, your pauses, the slight tremor in your hand when you shift under the blanket. Not with judgment, not with correction, but simply as it does, slowly, steadily, without demand. You don't have to be a certain kind of person now. Not brave, not wise, not even quiet, just present in this dark, with no role to play, no act to perform. The fact that you're still here, thinking, feeling, breathing, is enough. There is no test at the end of this night. No moment where your mind must prove it's calmed down or your heart has settled. There's only now the soft weight on your chest, the slow rise and fall beneath your skin, the quiet between thoughts that isn't empty but full of space to be. And when another memory comes, not as a wave, not as an attack, but as something passing like smoke through an open window. You don't need to stop it. You can let it pass without noticing how long it stayed, without wondering if you should have said more or less. Just watch it go. Like dust that settles on the sill after someone left the room. No one had to clean it up. No one even noticed it was there. It just became part of what remained, unseen, unclaimed, and no longer urgent. Not even this moment, not even your awareness of how long you've been lying here, with thoughts returning like echoes in an empty hall. You're allowed to be tired without needing a reason, to feel heavy without having earned it, to rest not because you've done enough, but simply because you are. The night is not asking for anything from you. It doesn't want your clarity or courage or even your attention. It only wants you exactly as you are, with no edits, no explanations, no need to be better than this moment allows. And so when another thought rises, not as an accusation, not as a demand, but simply as memory, you can let it pass like breath through your lips, unrecorded and untouched by meaning. Not because it's meaningless, but because it doesn't have to mean anything to stay true. You are allowed to be where you are, without needing to move on, without needing to understand why some things linger while others vanish without trace, without needing to know if this silence is peace or just the quiet before more thought arrives. There's no need to answer anything tonight, not even your own presence, not even your breath. Just being here, in this dark, with nothing asked of you, only permission to be. And so you are, not fixing, not explaining, not holding on to anything, but what is already true, that you're warm beneath the covers, that your chest moves without effort, and that even if thoughts return, they don't have to stay. They can come and go like footsteps in an empty hallway, heard briefly, then gone. You are not required to be more than this quiet presence, not even for one moment longer than needed, not even to remember why you're here or what brought your mind back to that room where the words didn't land right. Just let them pass. There is no need to name what passes through you now, only to notice how lightly it moves across your awareness, like a shadow shifting over stone after rain. The words from earlier still echo in some quiet corner of the mind, not because they matter more than before, but simply because memory has its own rhythm, not bound by urgency or meaning. They drift back as if summoned not by you, but by habit, by something older and quieter inside, that remembers how to replay what was left unsaid. You are not responsible for their return, not even the ones that linger with a weight like damp linen on your shoulders. The phrases meant to be spoken differently, held in longer than they were given time. The pause between sentences where silence stretched too far or broke wrong. You don't have to fix those moments now, nor do you need to erase them from what's been done. They are not yours to reclaim. Only the breath that follows is. The air near your face feels thick in places and thin elsewhere, like a curtain drawn halfway across an open window where daylight once fell but never returned. You can feel it, the slight resistance of stillness, how quiet settles into layers rather than one flat layer. It's not empty space you're lying within. It's full with what remains unspoken. The shape your body takes on this mattress when no effort is required to lie there. Your fingers rest where they fell, not arranged for anything, just resting as if by accident or instinct. The tip of each digit feels slightly warm against its own cool skin, like a small ember left burning in silence after fire has gone out elsewhere. There's nothing needing your attention here, except the fact that you are feeling this. How light pressure from one nail on another can become an entire landscape. You don't have to listen for patterns or reasons why thoughts come now and not then. No need to ask whether it's because of something real or just fatigue or memory's way of filling gaps with shapeless things that resemble truth but aren't quite the same thing. The mind doesn't require purpose in order to remember, only time. And so when another phrase floats up, not as a demand, not even as regret, but simply as air rising from below, let it rise without resistance. Let your awareness hold nothing more than its passing form. That sentence you never said aloud the way you wanted, now returned with no armor or defense around it. No reason to defend yourself against what was already unformed in real time. You don't have to explain why some words stay and others fade away like footprints on wet earth before dawn has come fully enough for them to be seen clearly. You are not required to know whether you meant more than one thing when speaking, Or if silence held the same weight as speech did, perhaps even heavier in its absence. The room breathes with you, not a living rhythm, but something close. The slow shift of warm air against your skin, rising and falling like tides that aren't bound by shore. It's not necessary to feel connected or separate from any part of it. Just let awareness rest where it finds itself, on the edge between thought and stillness, on the borderland where remembering doesn't mean holding. There is no reason for anything in this moment except being here, with your eyes closed but mind awake, not chasing light, not trying to catch hold of clarity, but simply allowing what comes next to arrive without ceremony. You don't have to make sense of it or give it a name before letting go again. Even the way sound lingers after silence, how faintly you can still hear yourself breathing when everything else has stopped, is enough. Not because there's something special about that breath, but simply because it is yours and not anyone else's. It does not need to mean anything beyond being present in this body tonight. You are not made of fixed parts. You're more like a river moving through stone, shaped by water over time, worn smooth without ever needing intention or design. The way you speak now may be different from how it was 5 years ago, 10 months back when things felt urgent. But that doesn't mean those versions were less true than this one. The past isn't erased, only its grip loosens with each night, like salt dissolving in water, slowly, without fuss or effort. There's no need to hold on to what once mattered so much if it does not matter anymore. Not even the weight of regret itself has power when left unattended. When memory returns again, shaped by tone more than content, the exact pitch at which someone spoke a line that didn't land right, let your attention follow only as far as noticing its shape, not whether you should have said something else or how it might have changed things if spoken differently. Just let the sound pass like wind through leaves too high to touch. You are not required to carry any of this forward. Not even a single thread. No echo that has clung longer than others. The mind doesn't need permission to release what isn't needed now, but only space in which it can do so naturally. Even if you feel the urge to repeat something, to say aloud again whatever wasn't said before, there's still nothing wrong with leaving those words unspoken. Not even tonight. Nothing needs healing or repair between one thought and another, just as no door requires closure when left open by chance. There is peace in knowing that your presence isn't measured by how many things you've settled inside yourself, or whether the mind finally stops turning over old moments like coins on a table waiting to be counted. You are not asked to become anything new, not even quiet. Just let this moment hold without needing it to last or change into something else. Your shoulders settle deeper than they were before, not because you've decided to, but simply from the way gravity pulls down and allows softness in return. The blanket presses gently against your legs, like a hand resting there by accident, warmth that doesn't demand anything back. Let each breath carry less weight with it. The next one, lighter, not through effort, but just because space has opened between thoughts long enough for silence to settle again without being interrupted. Don't wonder if there was more truth in the way it wasn't said than how anyone could ever say anything right now. Let your awareness stay where it is, not trying to understand, not searching for closure, just letting time flow through you like slow water over stone that has long since forgotten its own shape. Even the smallest sensation, how one strand of hair brushes against your cheek when shifting slightly, is enough. Not because it's meaningful or significant, but simply because it happens and is noticed without needing to be explained. No story needs writing tonight. No sentence requires finishing. Nothing must remain in place for tomorrow's eyes to see, or even today's later self. You are not responsible for what was missed during conversation that never fully arrived at its ending point. Only the fact of your being here now, with thoughts returning like footsteps on a path you've walked many times before, but no longer need to retrace every time they come back. There is space enough inside this darkness Not just room to rest, not merely peace, but fullness without demand. The air holds nothing except what it already does: movement, warmth, stillness in motion. And so, when another phrase rises, softly, almost unnoticed, the same one that never landed as intended, you don't need to answer it or silence it. You only have to notice how easily it slips away again, like a leaf drifting down from high above into shadow beneath the trees where no one sees its fall. You are allowed not to know what happens next, not even whether this quiet will last, or if another thought is coming closer than before. Just being here, breathing without effort, aware of nothing urgent, is enough. There's no test required in order for you to be real, no proof needed that your presence counts. The way sound travels through walls when you're lying still, how a distant hum from somewhere far off settles into your bones, like breath held too long. There is no need to name what made it or where it came from. You simply notice that the air carries things without asking them to stay. And in this noticing, something loosens between your ribs. Not because you've done anything different, but just because silence has grown thick enough around thought that even a single phrase, just one word left unspoken, is no longer a weight. There's not much difference now between what is remembered and what simply appears, the kind of thing that comes without warning or invitation, like steam rising from pavement on an evening when nothing was ever meant to be heated. You don't have to decide whether it matters. You only need to let the shape of attention shift slightly towards something else. Not a thought about being elsewhere, but merely this: how your fingers rest near your side without purpose or plan. The space between them is soft with stillness. The night doesn't ask for anything in return, not even that you be present fully. It allows you to hover at the edge of awareness, like someone who has stepped into a room and forgotten why they came. Not from forgetfulness, but simply because no one called their name. You are neither missing nor found, just allowed to exist without being named. A shadow moves across your vision, not by any light changing, but only as memory passes through you. In that moment when the eye closes for breath's sake and doesn't open again right away, it is not a scene from yesterday or something said aloud, just an impression left behind, like dust on glass after rain has passed over it, somewhere unseen. You don't need to wipe it clean. There are moments now where time isn't measured by what happens, but by how long you can lie without needing the next thought to arrive. That length of nothingness, the kind that doesn't feel empty, because there's something in its stead. A quiet hum behind your ears like wires, carrying currents no one checks anymore. This is not absence. This is fullness shaped only by what remains unclaimed. Let go. Then, not as an action, but simply as the way water moves away from stone when tide pulls back slowly and without sound, No force required, just presence in reverse, letting something reseed because it already was never meant to stay. You are not holding on any longer than you have been, only aware of how easily things drift past, like paper boats caught between two riverbanks where neither side claims them. They float for a while with no direction except the current's whisper, and then sink without ceremony beneath roots or silt that don't remember their names. There is nothing to be earned by understanding why certain phrases repeat in your mind, why one tone lingers longer than others, even though it didn't carry meaning at all. It wasn't meant for you anyway. Not really. The air between people doesn't hold only what was said. It holds the space where words failed or slipped too far out of reach to be retrieved. And yet, here you are, lying still. Not because your mind has finally stopped, but simply because it no longer needs permission to wander through corridors that have long since lost their purpose. You don't need answers for why certain silences feel heavier than others. The heaviness isn't in silence itself. It's only a shape formed by how we once believed meaning must come from speech. But tonight, something has changed, not because you've decided it should, but simply because there is room enough to let thought pass like clouds over land that no longer watches them. No need for interpretation or translation. The sky doesn't explain its movement, it just moves. There's a difference between being present and trying to be someone in particular when nothing has asked of you, just your quiet presence. Without demand. The way breath falls into place after effort stops, not because anything was fixed, but only because there is no need for fixing anymore. Your body knows this better than language can say, how the spine releases just slightly with every exhale, not as a victory or achievement, but simply because gravity holds you more gently when resistance isn't offered. You aren't holding on to being someone who finishes things, says what needs saying, fixes misunderstandings between people who may never meet again. You don't need to close any doors, not even the ones that were left open by mistake. Not even those where a voice called your name too softly for you to answer in time. The door doesn't have to be closed if it was already unfastened from its frame long ago and forgotten. There is no rule saying how many times you must return to certain words, how often they may reappear like footsteps on gravel, worn down by repetition, until the sound loses all meaning. You are not responsible for whether those sounds fade or grow louder in your ears, only that their presence doesn't pull you forward into new effort. The mind isn't meant to stay still. It's built to wander. And so, it wanders now through fields of memory where nothing grows, yet everything remains green enough to touch without damage. You don't need to walk farther than this moment allows. Only rest in the fact that wandering is not failure when there's nowhere left to go. Let each thought return as if on its own, like a bird returning to an old branch with no nest built upon it, just perching briefly before flying off again into sky, where nothing remembers why flight ever began. There's beauty in such passing. No need for permanence or completion. Even the way your leg shifts slightly beneath you isn't failure. It is only movement without purpose. The blanket folds over itself, not because of intention, but simply due to gravity and shape. Like fabric, folding around something that no longer exists there, except as a memory held by threads. There's comfort in noticing how little effort it takes for things to settle. Not because anything has been changed or rearranged, but just because time moves forward without requiring your permission. You don't have to guide the next breath. You only need be where it arrives, waiting not with expectation, but simply as a vessel that doesn't mind being empty. Even when another phrase surfaces, half-formed, soft at its edges, the way someone might speak in their sleep and then forget what they said. You are allowed just to let it rise without reaching after explanation. It isn't yours to interpret. Only your awareness of it matters, and even that fades slowly, like light dimming behind a curtain. There's no need for clarity when the air is already full with silence, thick enough not from lack, but abundance. Like still water where nothing stirs, yet everything reflects its surface without distortion. You are allowed now to be just this, neither more nor less than what you feel in your chest as breath comes and goes. Not someone who fixes things or makes up for lost words. Just a body resting on the edge of sleep, not trying to arrive at any destination, but simply allowing time's slow passage through stillness. And when another echo returns, not sharp this time, just quiet, like dust, settling after wind has passed. Don't ask what it means. Don't wonder where it came from, or if you should answer. Just let the sound drift down into darkness, as easily as a feather drops between trees that no longer care about its fall. There is room here, not because you've done anything to earn it, but simply because rest does not require proof of worthiness. The air around you holds nothing except what already exists. When another echo returns, you don't need to add meaning or purpose. Only notice how easily things pass through awareness, like leaves over water that doesn't remember their names. Even the thought itself, the one about saying something differently, is not a failure of memory, but only an old rhythm returning in its own time. No longer urgent because urgency has already left. And so it passes, not with force or resistance, but just as air moves out from under your body when you finally let go and stop holding yourself upright. Let the air hold you without asking for return. The shape of your shoulder against the pillow isn't a pose. It's just how weight settles when no one is watching. There's no need to prove that you're still there. The quiet knows your presence not by motion, but by absence of effort. Even the soft crackle of blood moving through veins beneath skin is not an event requiring notice, only a slow current passing through territory already mapped in silence. You are not required to name what lies just below the surface of thought. The phrase that rises like steam from wet stone, warm and brief, before it dissolves into no more than moisture on air. It doesn't demand response. It simply appears, like the shadow of a cloud crossing grass at dusk. No sound, only change in light. And you don't have to call it anything. You are not its keeper. The conversation you keep turning over isn't happening again, not because you've decided it shouldn't, but because memory doesn't repeat events as they occurred. It repeats versions shaped by longing or regret, like a river carving the same path twice through soil that has already forgotten where it began. That version of your voice, the one you wish had been sharper, clearer, kinder. There is no need to summon it into being again tonight. The moment has passed, not because time erased it, but because it never needed to be held longer than breath allows. You don't have to decide whether anything was lost or gained in that exchange. You are not tasked with measuring what might have been said against what was left unsaid. Like balancing stones on a scale where nothing tips the side either way. There is no accounting required when all that remains is the soft weight of having thought it at all. Even the echo of your own words, those you'd reshape if only time could rewind, is not yours to rewrite now. It isn't incomplete because it wasn't said right. It's just a fragment floating in dark water, turning slowly without needing to reach shore. And no one is waiting for its meaning to arrive. You can let the sound of that moment pass through you as easily as rain passes over stone, without leaving trace, without claiming depth. No need to gather what slips away like air from an opened hand. There's enough space in the room, not because it has been made large, but simply because nothing is pressing against its edges. The blanket folds again, not out of care or intention, but because fabric remembers its own shape when pressed down by form, even after that form has vanished. The warmth beneath you isn't proof of presence. It's just how things stay where they are when left alone long enough. And your body knows this without needing to be told. There is no need to understand why some memories insist on returning, only to notice the difference between holding them and letting them pass like birds over a field that doesn't answer their flight. You don't have to know if it was worth remembering or whether forgetting would have been better. There's only what you feel in this moment, not an answer, not a resolution, but the simple sensation of breath moving through stillness. The words they might say now, if you were to meet them again, are already quiet in your chest, like letters folded and sealed before being dropped into a mailbox that no longer exists. You don't have to open it to know what's inside. The weight isn't in the message, it's in the act of carrying it. And tonight, there is room not for delivery, but for release. Let the thought about saying something else return, not as an instruction or a call to action, but as a shape drifting through fog that doesn't care if it has name or direction. It comes without demand and leaves without farewell. You are not responsible for its arrival or departure, only aware of it, like noticing the slow drift of dust in sunlit air. Even the way your fingers rest on your chest isn't meant to be held. It's just a place where warmth gathers when stillness has no reason to move. There is no need to read meaning into how they lie, whether they are open or clenched, relaxed or tense. They are simply resting, just as you are. You don't have to make sense of why certain moments stay longer than others, not because time favors them, but because the mind doesn't measure duration by clock or calendar. It measures by weight. And some thoughts carry more gravity not because they are true, but because we've carried them too long without setting them down. But tonight is different. Tonight you aren't asked to judge their value. You're only invited to notice how easily they drift when no one reaches for them. No hand extends into memory. No voice calls out to correct the past. There's a quiet in your ribs that isn't silence. It's fullness without pressure. Like air filling a room after all, movement has stopped. The thoughts aren't gone. They're just not being followed. They don't need you to walk beside them through old hallways or revisit doorways left open too long. You can let the image of their face fade, not because it was wrong to remember, but because remembering doesn't mean reliving. You are allowed to feel something without becoming it. The warmth in your throat isn't proof of regret. It's just sensation, like heat rising from wood after fire has gone out. Even when another phrase surfaces, soft, hesitant, already half dissolved, you don't need to catch it or hold it by the edge. It floats through awareness as if no one ever spoke it aloud, and you remain still, not because you've mastered anything, but because nothing demands that you do more than be where you are. The night isn't waiting for you to finish thinking before allowing rest. Rest is already here, not in a place, not in an action, but simply in the fact that your mind, doesn't have to prove it's ready. It doesn't need permission to stop moving forward through memory when there is nowhere left to go. You don't have to return to anything. You are only allowed to stay where you are, breathing into stillness, sinking slowly, not towards sleep, but simply into the absence of urgency. The mind isn't failing because it wanders. It's fulfilling its nature by wandering without needing a reason. And when another echo returns, light as breath across glass, don't reach for explanation or meaning. Let it pass through like mist over water that doesn't ripple at the surface. Just reflect something passing above, unaware of being seen. There is no task left to complete, no message yet unwritten. The conversation has already ended in its own time, not because you said enough or too little, but because words were never meant to be permanent fixtures in the mind. They are temporary visitors, like birds landing on a branch for one moment, before flying off again into sky that doesn't remember their names. And tonight, there is no need to keep track of who came or what they brought with them. You can let the feeling return without needing to explain why it's still here. Let it linger as if it has been given permission to stay. Not because you want it to, but because you don't mind its presence either. And so it remains, just a quiet awareness in your chest, like air moving through lungs that no longer need to count each breath. There is space not because you've earned it, but simply because stillness doesn't require justification. It arrives when the effort stops, when the desire to fix or rewrite fades into the ordinary truth of just being present. Even the idea that something should have been different, something about tone, timing, phrasing, isn't a wound. It's only memory returning in its own time, without demand. Let it stay as long as it wants. Let it go when it wishes. You don't need to guide either moment. The dark isn't holding anything back. It's just allowing what is to be what it is, passing through awareness like a shadow over grass that doesn't care if it lingers or moves on. And you're not required to do more than notice how easily things float when no one reaches for them. You are not required to place a name on what floats by. No label needed for the shape of a voice that never quite arrived, or the pause between syllables that felt too long at the time. You don't have to explain why the silence after their last word still hums in your ribs like an old wire left uncut. It's not failing you. It's only staying, as if memory had forgotten its own rules and decided to linger just past reason. The air is cool against your skin, where it meets the pillow. Not cold, not warm, but simply present. And so are the thoughts that come now. A line repeated once too often in your head, like a record wearing thin at the same groove. But you don't need to fix how many times it's played. Only notice that it plays itself out without your help. That is what happens when no one demands it to stop. It doesn't disappear because it's not important. It fades because it has nowhere left to go. There is a quiet in the room, but not an empty one. Not silence as absence, but stillness as fullness, like water settling after waves have passed through. The thought that returns isn't chasing anything. It's only returning like rain, finding its way back into soil where it once soaked in. No need to gather it or return it. It is already where it belongs, beneath the surface, no longer needing a name. You don't have to decide whether you should forgive yourself for not speaking sooner, or whether they would have understood if you had. You only have to let that idea rest like dust on a shelf. No one has touched it in years, and now it is simply there, undisturbed. It doesn't need your attention any more than the floor beneath you needs to be praised for holding your weight. Let the moment when their eyes drop just slightly during the conversation settle, not with regret, not with longing, but as if it had already been witnessed by time itself. A small shift in angle, a breath held too long. These things don't need to mean anything now. They are simply part of the body's memory, like a crease in fabric from sitting too long in one place. The shape remains, but not because you must remember it. It is there because it was lived. And so, without needing to do anything at all, you can let go of the sense that what wasn't said might have changed everything. It's not true, because nothing ever depends on one unspoken word. Not really. The world continues moving even when a sentence stays trapped behind your teeth. People don't wait for permission to keep living just because someone didn't say what they meant. You are allowed to sit with the soft ache of that truth, not as if it's healing, not as if it's proof you've done enough, but simply as a quiet acknowledgement that some moments aren't meant to be fixed. They are only meant to be felt and then released into the dark, like smoke from a candle that has burned low. The body remembers what the mind tries so hard to forget. The way your hands trembled when you reached for the door handle at the end of their driveway, how your throat tightened just before you turned away. But those sensations aren't waiting to be rewritten. They're only passing through now, like light across a window that doesn't care where it came from or where it goes. You don't have to ask if they would have wanted different words, because the person who spoke them wasn't asking for anything either. They were simply speaking as they could, in their moment, with whatever was available to them at that time. And so, are you now not trying to be someone else's memory or perfect version of yourself, but just being present enough to notice how little is needed. There's a kind of peace in not needing to repair the shape of things, in letting the past remain exactly as it is, unfinished, unedited, without resolution, not because it doesn't matter, but because you are no longer required to carry its weight into tomorrow. Let the words drift. Now, not like echoes chasing each other through hallways, but like feathers falling in a slow current of air that knows neither direction nor urgency. They don't need to land somewhere special. They just fall where they're drawn by gravity and stillness together. You are not behind. You never were. And right now, it is. You are lying here with your eyes closed and breath moving in silence, and that alone is enough. Even the thought of what might have changed if you had said more, it doesn't need a response. You don't even have to think about how things could have turned out differently. Just let the possibility be there like fog at dawn, present, not threatening, just waiting for light to dissolve it slowly without effort. No one is holding you accountable for what wasn't said or done. Not your past self, not their memory, not even time itself. There's no tribunal in this room where judgment might come down on a moment you can't undo. What remains isn't the conversation, it's the quiet after it has ended. The space between breaths, the warmth of skin still holding onto the last trace of heat from movement that stopped minutes ago. And so, without needing to reach for closure or rewrite history in your mind, You are allowed to simply be here, where you are, not trying to fix anything, not chasing a version of yourself who spoke differently, not punishing this moment because it wasn't perfect. You are just breathing, just being, just letting the dark hold all that is unspoken and still tender. The thoughts come like birds, landing on wires above the street, not for long, not for safety, but simply because they need somewhere to stop for a second before flying again. And you don't have to wave them off or welcome them in. You only have to notice their wings catching light as they pass by, and then let them go. There is no need to say anything back now. No demand that the past respond to your presence. The world isn't waiting for an answer from you. It's simply allowing things to be exactly as they are, passing through awareness without needing permission or explanation. You don't have to understand why this memory returns tonight. Only let it return, and then let it leave again on its own terms. Not because you're strong enough to release it, but because nothing asks you to do so. It's not a test. It doesn't matter if you hold on or let go. The mind is not broken for remembering. It's only doing what it was made to do. Keep returning to things that still feel unfinished. But now you don't have to answer. Just lie here, with your hands resting where they are, and let the air move through the room like a quiet tide, pulling back from shore after a long night of waves. Not rushing, not trying to fix what isn't broken. There is no need to say goodbye, not even to the feeling that still clings faintly in the chest, as if it might be left behind. You can let it stay not because you want it to, but because you don't mind its presence. And when it leaves, when it finally does, it will go without fanfare. No one is watching. No record exists of how long you stayed with this thought, or whether you were brave enough to face it. There's only the dark, and your breath, and the slow knowing that nothing here requires a final word. The moment isn't asking for anything, only offering itself. Bare, unadorned, already past. And in that, there is freedom. Not because you've solved anything, but because you don't need to. You are not responsible for what was said or left unsaid. You are only responsible for being here now, for letting the thoughts pass through like clouds moving over a field under moonlight, leaving no mark on the ground beneath them. You are still here, just lying beneath the weightless dark, where every breath is a small surrender, each inhalation an invitation to let go without needing to explain why. The memory of that conversation isn't returning because you want it to. It's just passing through like frost on glass in early morning. Not summoned, not resisted. Only present for a moment before the warmth arrives and dissolves it into nothing visible, but still felt. There is no shape to your need to speak again, no form begging to be completed. What lingers isn't anger or longing or even regret. It's more like an echo in bone that doesn't demand anything of you now, only insists on being heard as a whisper from something long finished. You don't have to name the silence between words, because the silence itself is already speaking, softly, steadily, and its language needs no translation. You are not required to answer it with another sentence or gesture. The air around your body knows how to hold stillness without collapse. Even when thoughts drift in like ash from a fire far away that burned out years ago, but left behind traces of heat you can't quite shake off. They aren't memories trying to return, just sensations remembering the shape they once had, long after their source has cooled. There is no reason for them to leave. Not yet, not ever really. But there's also nothing keeping them here except your attention. And that is changing now. Less of a spotlight, more like moonlight slipping through blind slats onto floorboards, where dust motes float in slow circles without purpose or end. You don't need the room to be quiet for you. Just allow it. The weight of what wasn't said isn't heavy because it's important. It's only pressing because your body still remembers how to carry unfinished things, as if all motion must have a direction, and every pause were proof that something went wrong. But there is no failure in presence, not even when the mind drifts back to places where conversation ended too soon, or words came out wrong. You are not failing by remembering what might have been said. It's only natural for memory to wander through doorways it once entered, just walking past rooms without knocking anymore. The house isn't yours. You're simply passing through with your own breath and heartbeat as company. No one is waiting at the next step. There's no check-in required. You don't need to resolve anything. Just notice that resolution wasn't needed in the first place. That moment, whatever it was, has already moved on without needing permission from you. The people involved have gone elsewhere too, not because they forgot you, but because life doesn't stop for apologies or second chances, and so neither must your attention. The way a leaf lets go of branch only when its time is done, without fear, without drama, is how this feeling can leave. Not with force, but simply by ceasing to be held in place. You don't need to push it away. It will fall on its own terms once the wind shifts enough within you. There's no rule that says a thought must end where it began or carry meaning through time, like an heirloom passed from hand to hand. Some moments are not meant for inheritance. They were only ever momentary, passing between two people without needing permanence. And still they echo, not because they matter more than others, but because the body remembers what the mind tries to forget. You don't have to defend your feeling that it's incomplete. Only accept that some endings aren't full stops. They're ellipses left open by default, like a sentence paused mid-sentence in someone else's letter. The thought doesn't need closure. It only needs not being held so tightly anymore. There is no penalty for letting the echo fade without response. No record of how long it stayed or whether you were brave enough to face its return. It didn't ask permission to come back. Just arrived, like rain in a dry season that isn't supposed to happen, but still does anyway. Now, let your attention rest where it lands. Not chasing meaning, not trying to understand why this memory chooses tonight, but allowing the dark around you to cradle whatever comes without needing to fix or erase. Not even silence needs justification here. Just presence, breath by breath. The warmth under your skin isn't from effort. It's just what happens when blood flows quietly through stillness. You don't need a reason for it. It exists because that is how bodies do their work. Slowly, without fanfare. Simply being alive in the dark with no obligation to perform. There was never an answer waiting at the end of this thought, only time passing like water under stone. And now you are lying here where nothing asks anything of your mind except to be quiet for a while. Let the shape of that conversation dissolve into breath again, not because it's over, but because you no longer need it to stay in focus. The edges soften without resistance. No one is watching whether you release or hold on. You're simply lying here, your hands resting where they are. The blanket just warm enough, not cold, not hot, and the air moving like a slow tide through rooms that don't belong to anyone. You were never meant to carry every version of yourself forward into sleep. The person who spoke too quickly, who hesitated at the wrong moment, who said something half-truthful out of fear, that person is already gone, just as you are no longer quite the same one who thought it all over again tonight. There's room in this dark for not knowing what comes next, for letting thoughts pass through like shadows from a window, across which light moves too slowly to catch. No need to name them or greet them, or send them away with words that feel forced or rehearsed. You are allowed to be still even when the mind wants to wander, just as trees stand without needing to prove their roots hold firm by moving every second. The silence isn't empty. It's full of everything you didn't say and never will. And yet, it doesn't demand anything from you now. It only is, like moonlight on water that reflects nothing but the sky above. You don't need to be whole or fixed in order for this moment to be enough. You're not asked to fix what's missing. You're simply being allowed to rest with all your unfinished edges still intact. No apology needed, no explanation required. There is a kind of peace not built on completion, but on surrender. Not the end of struggle, but the soft letting go that happens when you stop trying to control how thoughts enter or leave. And so, let this be the place where nothing has to change, where memory can come and stay for as long as it wants, without being judged by what it brought with it. Let it sit like a single feather on the surface of still water, not sinking, not floating away, but simply resting there, because no force pulls at it one way or another. You are not responsible for its presence, nor is your peace dependent upon sending it back into absence. Just breathe, just be. The dark holding you as gently as hands would hold something fragile that doesn't know how to stay still yet. And if the feeling returns, not now, but later, when sleep has slipped further in, you'll already have learned one quiet truth. Not every echo needs a voice. Some just exist to remind us we're alive, and enough exactly as we are. There is a quiet weightlessness now, not from being unburdened, but from having stopped insisting on what should be held. The conversation you keep returning to, its tone, its pauses, the way one phrase slipped out too sharp or too late, no longer lives in your throat. It has settled into the space between breaths, like dust that falls without sound onto a shelf no one touches anymore. You are not erasing it, nor are you giving it more air than it needs to float. You're simply allowing its presence to be small enough to fit inside stillness. The room is soft with dark, and your body remembers how to lie flat, how the bones of your shoulders release when no one watches, how the spine curves into a curve that isn't trying to say anything. No posture needed for meaning. The blanket stays where it lies, not because you placed it there, but because gravity does its work, without asking permission. You notice the slight pressure behind your left ear, where the pillow gives way just enough to feel like touch, not enough to demand attention. Outside, something moves. Not a sound exactly, more a shift in the quiet, like wind passing through trees whose names you don't know. But even that isn't urgent. It doesn't arrive with message or meaning. It simply passes, and the dark remains unchanged by it, just as your thoughts pass, not because they're important, but because they are just one kind of movement among many. You are not the center of this quiet. You never were. And yet, you've been acting as if every half-formed feeling must be accounted for before sleep can come. Like a ledger with too many entries, all unbalanced and needing correction. But there is no balance required here. Only breath, only warmth, only the slow rhythm of air entering and leaving without needing to explain itself. There's something in this moment that isn't about fixing anything. Not even the way you said, "I'm sorry," when your voice cracked. Not because it wasn't true, but because the shape of the words didn't match what was inside. That doesn't matter now. What matters is not whether the apology landed right or left, but that there was a moment in which you tried to meet someone else with honesty, even if only imperfectly. And that act, whatever its outcome, has already passed through time like smoke through a window. You don't owe yourself an inventory of every word spoken or unsaid. There's no contract between your mind and memory requiring you to review each one. The past isn't waiting for confirmation from you. It doesn't care if you're satisfied with how it ended. It only lives in the way certain feelings linger after they've gone, like the scent of rain on pavement long after the storm has moved on. Let it be like that now. A residue, not a demand. A faint echo without need for reply. You don't have to name what's there or give it reason to stay. It can just exist in the background of your awareness, the way light stays behind closed eyes even when you've stopped looking at anything. There is no performance required in this dark, no audience, no record, only the slow drift of thoughts that are not yours to control, but only to notice as they appear, like birds flying across a sky whose edges you can't see and don't need to. Your fingers rest where they fell when your hands let go, not clenched, not reaching, just there, as if they decided, after all this time, that stillness is not something earned but simply allowed. The tips of them are warm, from blood moving gently through capillaries you never notice until now. Small rivers running beneath the surface, carrying life without fanfare or destination. You don't need to feel better for sleep to come. You don't have to be lighter, clearer, more settled. There is room in this night, not just for uncertainty, but for holding it softly, like something fragile you've picked up by accident and are now learning how to return with care. There is no test of worthiness at the door of rest. No gatekeeper checking your reasons for being tired or deserving. You don't need a clean slate or a cleared mind. The only requirement is that you allow yourself to be present, exactly as you are, in this moment, without editing or apology. Not because you've done enough, but because simply being is already sufficient. The thoughts about the conversation still come sometimes, not like waves crashing, but like drifting ash on a slow current. They don't burn. They don't demand anything. They just float past your awareness like shadows over stone. Brief, shapeless, not needing to be seen to exist. You're allowed to let them pass without meeting them with another thought, without giving them weight by naming them or calling them back. You can simply watch the way they drift across the surface of your mind, not trying to hold them, not pushing them away, but letting their movement define itself. There is a kind of listening that does not respond, a quiet where you don't have to answer, even when something speaks, like a whisper in an empty house that doesn't need to be returned. Your breath continues, not because you're trying to make it continue, but because your body knows how to do this without needing instruction. It just is, the way rivers flow when no one guides them, the way roots spread underground where no one sees. There's no effort in it, only presence. The dark isn't empty, but it doesn't ask for meaning either. It simply holds all that arrives with a patience you've never felt so clearly before. Not as something you must earn, but as something given freely, like air or gravity. You don't need to prove your right to be here. You only need to stay. And the conversation, its tension, its hesitation, the things left unsaid and said too late, it isn't lost. It's just no longer yours to carry forward into sleep. It has already gone on ahead, like a traveler who stepped onto a train you never boarded. And now it doesn't matter where it goes. You are not responsible for its journey. You can let go of the need to know if it was understood, or if it mattered at all. That isn't your work anymore. Your only task now is to stay quietly in this place where nothing must be completed and no answer needs to arrive. There's a stillness that doesn't come from silence, but from having stopped fighting with what arrives. A calm not built on control, but on release, like the moment after a long-held breath finally leaves your lungs without resistance. You don't have to fix how you said things or who you were in that room when words felt too heavy. You aren't required to be more careful next time, or better prepared, or calmer, or clearer. Not now, not tonight. There is no next time here. Only this breath, this warmth, this dark holding you with gentle hands. The thoughts may return. They might come back in shapes you don't recognize, but they won't have power over you unless you let them settle into a place where they're welcome to stay. And right now, that place is not yours to give. It's already full of just being alive, of lying here with no need to explain why. So let it be enough to simply lie still. Let the mind rest, not because it has finished thinking, but because it doesn't have to keep doing so. There is a kind of peace that isn't found in resolution or clarity. It's found in allowing things to remain unresolved, like clouds that drift without needing direction, like water that flows over rocks without naming its path. You don't need to be whole. You don't need to be fixed. You don't have to know what comes next, or why you said what you did, or whether it mattered at all. All you need is this, the quiet hum of your body breathing, the slight warmth where skin meets blanket, The way time moves not forward, but sideways, like a tide that doesn't rush toward shore, but simply is. And if another thought comes, if the echo returns, like footsteps in an empty hall, you don't have to answer. You don't have to reach for it or let go of it. It can just be there. The way light lingers on a wall after dusk has come and gone. You are not asked to understand, nor to change, nor to fix. There is a quiet where even memory does not echo, and you are lying within it now, so still that the air itself seems to pause between your breaths. The weight of what was said or left unsaid doesn't vanish. It simply shifts its place in the dark, settling into the space behind thought, like dust on an old shelf no one has opened in years. It is not erased. It is no longer yours to carry forward. You don't have to name it. You don't have to feel it again. The shape of that moment, the tone, the hesitation, the way your hand moved when you reached for the glass doesn't need to be relived. It already passed through you like wind through an open window and has left no trace but the stillness behind. You are not responsible for its sound, not for how it landed or where it fell after it was spoken. The words didn't belong only to you. They belong to that room, to the light above the table, to the way your voice cracked at the end of a sentence that wasn't quite finished. They were never yours alone to keep, and now they are not yours to reassemble either. There is no need to understand why it happened. No reason to reconstruct the moment from memory's fragments. What you said, what was meant, what could have been different. The meaning isn't hidden in a single word or pause. It lives in what wasn't said, in the silence between your breaths when you looked away too soon. That space is not empty. It is full of something quieter than explanation. It holds the truth that some things are never meant to be known. Not now, not ever. You don't need to fix anything by remembering it again. You don't need to correct yourself or rewrite a line from your past self who stood there, unsteady and real. That person wasn't wrong. They were simply present as you are now, and just as you're not required to be perfect in this moment, they weren't meant to be in that one. There is a stillness beneath memory, like the surface of water after rain stops falling. It doesn't need movement. It doesn't need reflection. It only needs to settle. Let it settle now. Not because the conversation was resolved or meaningful, but because you are no longer required to carry its weight through the night. The dark does not care how the words fell. It holds them as it holds everything, gently, without judgment, without wanting anything from them in return. There is a kind of grace in being forgotten by time, in having your moment pass into silence, not because it failed, but because it was never meant to be kept. You are allowed to let go of the idea that some things must remain visible or accounted for. You don't have to explain why you said what you did, or how you felt when the other person looked away. Those feelings weren't wrong just because they didn't fit into a clean story. They were real, and now they are part of something larger. The quiet hum of your body breathing through the night. The rhythm of it is not broken by memory. It continues even when thought stops. There's no need to know if you said enough or too much, or whether the other person understood what was meant beneath the words. You don't have to measure how well you spoke, or how clearly your heart showed through. That isn't the work anymore. The work is simply being here, not trying to be someone else in that moment, not imagining a different version of yourself who said, "It all right." You are allowed to be this person, the one whose voice wavered, whose hands trembled slightly as they set down their cup. You don't have to apologize for the way your breath caught at the end. That was real, and now it's part of what you carry into sleep, not as a burden, but as a record of having been alive in that moment. There is no need to fix anything. There is only space, wide and open, for things not to be fixed, for thoughts to come without needing answers, for words to float through your mind like leaves on still water, drifting, unseen, unclaimed. You don't have to do anything with them. Not now. Not ever. They are not meant to be held or rewritten. You're not responsible for their journey after they leave your lips. Let that idea rest, as it does, like a stone sinking in deep water, no longer visible, but still present beneath the surface. And if another echo returns, if the room seems to hum again with something you've already said, you don't need to answer. There is no one to answer. Not now. The conversation has already ended, even if your mind hasn't yet let go of its last sentence. There's a kind of peace that isn't built on clarity or completion. It grows from the quiet space where nothing must be done, where you are simply allowed to exist without needing to prove anything about yourself through words. You don't have to explain why you hesitated or why your eyes dropped when they asked if you were okay. You are not required to be understood. Not tonight. The darkness doesn't ask for justification, only presence. And you are here, not as a person who must perform well in conversations, but as someone who is simply breathing, lying still, alive in the dark, with no need to prove anything. The weight of what was said or unsaid isn't gone, but it has changed shape. It's not something pressing against your chest anymore. It's just another quiet thing in the room, like the way dust settles on shelves when no one touches them for months, not forgotten, just allowed to stay without demand. You don't have to keep track of what you said or didn't say. You don't need to file it away or review it later. It doesn't matter if it was perfect or even clear. What matters is that it happened, that you were there, and now you are here, still breathing, still present. There's a kind of freedom in not having to be right, in knowing that some things don't need to make sense to anyone but the moment they were lived. You don't have to fix what was said or change how it landed. Just let it go, like smoke from an extinguished candle, rising, then dissolving into air. You are allowed to forget what you wanted to say, not because it wasn't important, but because it no longer needs a home in your mind. It can drift away now, carried by the same quiet that holds everything else. Breath, warmth, stillness. Let the silence between thoughts be enough. Let not knowing be okay. There's no need to fill every pause with meaning. Some moments are meant to simply pass, like footsteps down an empty hall, like a door closing softly in another room. You don't have to follow them. You don't even have to know where they go. You are not required to understand the shape of your own voice when you spoke that night. Not now, not ever. The sound is gone, and so is the need to retrace it, to replay it in your head like a record worn thin. What remains is this, the warmth beneath your shoulder, where the blanket presses against skin, the slow rise and fall of breath, not rushed, not forced, just happening, the way time moves not forward but sideways, like light sliding across a wall as dusk deepens into night. There is no task left, no line to finish, no answer to give, Not now. The dark doesn't want anything from you. It only wants you to stay. And so you do. Not because you've solved anything or made peace with the past, but simply because it feels right here in this moment, lying still beneath your own skin. You are not asked to be more than what you are. A body resting, a mind quieting, thoughts passing like clouds over moonlight. No need to claim them, no need to push them away. They can just be like shadows on the ceiling when no one is watching. And if another thought comes, if it arrives soft and slow, like water finding its way through stone, you don't have to meet it with resistance or welcome. You simply let it pass by as you do everything else, without response, without effort, without judgment. You are not a thing that must hold anything. Not now, not ever. The way the air holds its breath just before a sound arrives. No rush, no expectation. Only stillness thick enough to feel like wait. You are not asked to answer that silence, not to explain it, not even to name it. It is simply here as you are, neither more nor less than what exists in this moment, with nothing left to do but be present in the way a leaf rests on water, without effort, without resistance. There's no need to gather the fragments of conversation into something whole again. No command to assemble them like puzzle pieces that must fit perfectly. Some things were never meant to be complete. They were only ever meant to happen, and now they have. That's enough. The shape of what was said or not said isn't yours to repair. It doesn't need a conclusion, not even your own. You can let it rest like an old book left open on a shelf, pages yellowing slightly at the edges, words fading from memory, not because you forgot them, but because they've already moved into something quieter than remembrance. The mind does not have to keep translating everything it has felt into language again tonight. That work is done. The fire of wanting to be understood has dimmed, and in its place lingers only warmth, like the afterglow beneath a blanket when the sun goes down too far to return. There's no urgency now. No need to rehearse or reframe or rewrite what happened behind closed doors in half-finished sentences, under low light where meaning got tangled in shadows. Those moments are not lost. They're simply folded into the dark like paper left on a window ledge, exposed, weathered, waiting for time to take its shape without asking permission. You don't have to carry them forward. You don't even need to remember how they began or ended. What remains is this: your body lying down, not performing, not preparing, just occupying space in the quiet with no demand on it. The skin under your arm holds a sensation, not sharp, not urgent, just warm pressure from the blanket's edge pressing into muscle like a slow breath. It doesn't ask for anything. It only is. And so can you. There's something about how the night unfolds, not in progress, but in layers, the way light changes not by advancing, but by deepening, like water seeping through stone over time. The thoughts that come now don't arrive as visitors with agendas. They drift in like dust motes, caught in a beam of moonlight, visible only because they're suspended, still, without direction. They don't land to be acted on. They pass through the mind, not as messages, but as movement. Air stirred by something unseen, leaves trembling in silence after wind has passed. You are not asked to interpret them, not even to notice their shape. The act of observing is already over. You're past that point. The one where you'd lean forward and try to name what just entered the room. That moment has worn thin. Now you let everything float. Words, feelings, unfinished intentions. All of it rising like steam from a cup left too long on the table. No need to catch it. No need to hold it in your hands. It can rise into air where no one remembers its form, and no one needs to remember why it came. The idea that you must be someone specific, clear, composed, certain, is not required here. Not now. You are allowed to dissolve into the shape of stillness without apology. There's room for uncertainty, room for a silence so deep it feels like being held by something older than memory. You don't have to prove your presence with sound or clarity. The dark doesn't measure you in answers. It measures only that you remain, not perfectly, not completely, but as you are, breathing, fading into sleep without needing to be anything else. Some thoughts come softly now, like footsteps on a porch long unused, light enough that they don't disturb the quiet. They arrive with no demand, no echo. You could let them stay if you wished, or you could watch them fade like footprints in sand beneath a slow tide. No difference matters. Neither staying nor leaving changes who you are. You are not made by what passes through your mind, not even by how many times it returns to the same sentence, the same moment, the same unspoken thing said too late. The body remembers things the mind has forgotten. How warmth pools in the hollow of your collarbone when the blanket settles right. How breath slows just before drifting into deeper rest. How stillness is not empty, but full to the point where even silence feels like a presence. You can let the thoughts go because they are already leaving on their own. No force needed, not even attention. They need only to be seen as passing, not claimed, not resisted, just witnessed in motion, like clouds moving across an unblinking sky. There's no reason for you to know where these words came from or why they returned tonight. You don't have to assign them a meaning that fits the story of your day. Some things are never meant to be contained within a narrative. They exist outside time, outside needing explanation. Like a sound heard once in childhood, long after the source has vanished. The echo remains not because it's important, but because it was real. At some moment when you were listening, the conversation wasn't wrong. It wasn't perfect, but it happened. And that is all it ever needed to be. The act of speaking, of trying, was already its own truth. You don't have to make it clearer now, not even to yourself. What was said or not said doesn't need a final word, just space for it to rest. Like an old letter left in the drawer, unstamped, unmailed, quietly folded into absence. You are allowed to let go of wanting to fix what can't be changed, not because you've given up, but because there's no more weight to carry. The mind doesn't have to stay busy. It can sit with things that don't resolve, can rest in questions that don't answer themselves. There is peace not in certainty, but in surrender to the way night settles without asking for permission, to the fact that some moments simply end because they were meant to. There's a kind of stillness that doesn't come from silence, but from being unburdened by meaning. It isn't loud or bright, but deep, like roots moving through soil in slow time, unseen, unhurried, never needing to say where they're going. You are not asked to understand the shape of your own voice now, not even to hear it again. The sound is gone, not lost, just released into air where it no longer needs a home. The body doesn't remember everything that was said. It only remembers how it felt, how the chest tightened, how breath caught at the edge of words not spoken. But now those sensations are softening, like candle wax cooling in silence. They don't need to be explained. They don't even need to stay. You can let them melt into the quiet without needing to trace their origin. There's no test here. No one is judging whether you said what was needed or if it landed well. The dark doesn't care about intention. It only knows presence. Your breath, your weight on the mattress, the way warmth gathers where skin meets fabric. That is enough. You are not required to be whole, not even coherent. Just here, just lying still, just letting go of the need to be understood in order to exist. And if another thought comes, if it arrives like a shadow slipping across the floor, don't reach for it. Don't lean forward. Let it pass as you do everything else, without effort, without response, without judgment. It doesn't matter that it came. What matters is that it will go, not because you pushed it away, but because that's how things work in this quiet world. The way light fades from the ceiling, not with a struggle, but simply by moving on. You are not a thing to hold on to. You are not even an idea to be kept safe. You are something else, something older and quieter, a rhythm beneath stillness, a breath that moves without needing to name itself. You can let the night take what it wants. Let the words dissolve. Let the need for clarity fade like starlight after dawn. The silence now is not empty. It has a thickness like moss growing slowly over stone, softening edges without effort. You are lying where you've been for some time, body settled into the shape of the bed, breath moving in quiet waves that don't need to be noticed but simply are. There's no demand on your attention anymore. No one waiting at the edge of thought with a reply or correction. The conversation doesn't have to be relived because it already happened, already passed through you like wine through an open window, carrying what it carried and leaving behind only the lightness of having let go. You don't need to hold on to how your voice sounded when you hesitated, or whether they heard that tremor in it, the one just before silence fell between words. The moment wasn't ruined by hesitation. It was made real by it. Real things aren't flawless. They're alive. And life is not smooth. It stutters sometimes. It catches itself on the edge of meaning like a thread caught beneath a door. And that's okay. There's no need to replay what came after. The pause, the way the air changed when you looked away or said something too small instead of true, not even for comfort. What matters is not how it ended, but that it happened at all, because endings don't erase beginnings. They simply mark them. And now this moment here, with no intention to fix anything, is its own kind of beginning. You can rest in the fact that some things are only meant to be felt, not explained or justified or rewritten. Like the weight of your arm lying across your chest, not because you want it there, but because gravity doesn't ask permission, and neither do feelings. They settle where they land. And when they stay too long, you don't have to carry them like luggage through every room in memory. The night is moving deeper into itself, no longer just dark, but full of quiet presence. The kind that fills space without needing a name. It's not waiting for anything. It doesn't care if your thoughts return or vanish. It simply holds the shape you make with stillness, the curve of your spine against the mattress, the way one hand rests near your ribs, as though offering itself to touch. There is no need to be whole again tonight. No requirement that all parts fit together into a story about who you are supposed to be. You don't have to prove yourself by remembering every word or measuring how well it landed. The body knows more than the mind ever will about what was said and unsaid, about where the silence hurt most, about which breath stopped too soon. But now that pain has softened, not because time healed it, but because you've let go of needing to fix anything. There's no longer a demand on your attention for clarity or completion. You are not being asked to finish this thought so you can sleep better later. You're simply here, allowed to be incomplete, allowed to drift between what was and what never happened. Some memories don't want to stay. They just pass through like birds flying over fields at dawn, their wings catching light for a moment before vanishing into the sky again. They leave no footprint because they weren't meant to remain. And so you can let this one go too, not with regret or relief, but simply as something that came and then left without taking anything back. There's no need to trace where it began or why it hurt so much when it ended. Some feelings aren't about cause. They're just part of the way your nervous system remembers being alive in a moment you couldn't control. That doesn't mean it wasn't real. It means you were present, and presence is enough. You don't have to understand what was between you or why things didn't go as hoped. You only need to feel just now. The weight of the blanket across your legs, the coolness beneath the pillow where your head rests, the slow rise and fall that isn't trying to reach anything but its own rhythm. There's a quiet in this room, not because there are no sounds, but because you're listening differently. Not searching for meaning or resolution, just letting sensations exist without needing them to mean something. A creak from somewhere far away, maybe. The floor settling after daylight ended doesn't need your attention. It doesn't demand interpretation. You can let it be a sound that means nothing and still hear it as part of the night's breath. And when another thought arrives, like fog sliding in under the door at midnight, it isn't yours to meet or answer. Just notice its shape briefly before letting it pass through you like wind through trees, unnoticed by them, but felt all the same. You are not a vessel meant to hold every memory, every regret, every unsaid phrase. You're more like air, a space that allows things in and lets them go without claiming credit for holding them or losing them. The way stars appear at night aren't because they've been waiting their turn. They just show up when the sky is ready. You don't have to be certain of anything right now, of your intention, your words, even whether you were heard. You are not responsible for how others received what came from you. That was never yours to control. It's enough that it left your mouth or heart as truth at some moment in time, and then became part of the world. What remains is just this: warmth under skin, breath moving without strain, dark growing thicker around edges until even sound feels muffled by stillness. You don't need answers tonight, only permission to let go. Permission not because you've earned it, but simply because being here in darkness with no demand on your mind allows that possibility to exist at all. The past isn't broken, it's just elsewhere now. Not lost, not forgotten, just gone where it belongs. Into the long night, between moments when things are allowed to rest without explanation. There is peace not in fixing what can't be changed, but in realizing that change doesn't need you anymore. The conversation didn't end because of failure or silence. It ended simply because time moved on. And so did you. You don't have to say more. You don't even have to think it over again. There's no test at the door. No one watching from outside your skin wondering if you said enough, if you were brave enough, honest enough. All that matters is this: lying still in dark air where nothing asks for proof of who you are or what you meant. And when sleep finally comes, when it slips into place like a hand settling over yours on the sheet, you won't be aware of how long you've been waiting. You'll only feel the relief, not of completion, but of release, the kind that happens quietly, without fanfare, as if the night itself pulled your shoulders down and said, "You can stop carrying this now." Weight doesn't vanish. It just stops being yours to hold. And somewhere deep in silence, a breath returns. Not because you willed it, but because it was always there. Not waiting for anything. Not needing to arrive anywhere. Just moving. Like air through leaves at dawn. Softly. Without sound or reason. And with each soft exhalation, there's less of you trying to hold the shape of a moment that has already left its imprint on time, like ink bleeding into paper and then fading where light doesn't touch. There are no doors opening now, no need to step through one, not even an invitation to look back. The past isn't behind you. It's not ahead either. It's just elsewhere. In the way that a tide retreats without saying goodbye, leaving only wet sand and memory of motion. You don't have to gather up what didn't stay. A phrase lingers, something said or nearly said, but it doesn't cling like moss on stone. It floats through your mind, not as an accusation, not even as regret, but as a shape that existed once and now exists only in absence. And in its emptiness, there's room for something else to settle. The quiet of being unclaimed. Not by others' eyes, not by expectations, not by history. You are not required to be anything right now except present. Present like dew on grass just after moonrise, waiting only to evaporate when sunlight comes again. There is no performance tonight, no posture to maintain, no role to play even in your own thoughts. The idea of being seen doesn't rise up because you've stopped expecting it. The conversation didn't end in failure. It ended in silence that wasn't empty. It was full of what had already been said and what couldn't be added. Like a letter sent without an envelope, the words were there when they needed to be, and then released into the world as if they'd always meant to go. No one else is holding it now. No one has to carry its weight. And you don't either. Not because you've done enough or earned rest, but because silence itself has taken over, softening edges that were once sharp with meaning. You are not a keeper of what was said or unsaid. You are only the space where those words passed through like birds between trees. Let go isn't something you do. It's just how things move when they're allowed to. It doesn't require effort. It doesn't demand discipline. It happens quietly, in small moments. When a thought arrives and you don't reach for it. When an image forms and you let it drift without naming it. When the sound of your own breath becomes more real than any story about yourself. There's no need to return to that moment where words tangled or fell short. Not because they were wrong, but because they've already lived their life. They weren't meant to stay. Like seeds scattered by wind, some land in soil and grow, others vanish into dust. Neither outcome was failure. Both were natural. You don't have to decide whether the moment mattered. You only need to notice that it passed, like a train through a tunnel, visible for seconds, but gone before you could speak its name. Even your awareness of having tried is beginning to fade, not erased, but softened by time and stillness. Not because you've forgotten, but because forgetting isn't what happens when something ends. What happens is the mind stops turning it over like stone in a stream. It just lets go of the motion. There's warmth beneath your shoulder where skin meets blanket, light pressure that doesn't demand attention, only exists. You could lie here for hours without thinking anything at all, and still, nothing would be missing. The night isn't asking you to fill it with meaning or purpose. It is already whole. It has always been enough. Thoughts come not as demands, but as guests passing through a house that knows them only by their footsteps, and then lets the door close behind them without comment. You are not responsible for who they were before they arrived, nor do you have to greet them when they leave. The mind is not your keeper. It does not guard what it has stored. It simply notices things, like light, glancing off a surface and moving on, unbothered by the shape of the wall. And in this stillness, even memory begins to lose its grip, not because you've forgotten, but because there's no one left to remember it for. Not you, not anyone else. The weight is released simply because there's nowhere left to carry it. The words that stayed stuck, those phrases that circled your head like circling birds, they aren't trapped in you anymore. They are just elsewhere now, floating somewhere between the ceiling and the dark above your eyes, waiting for a breeze or a shift of air to lift them away completely. You don't need to make sense of what happened, not because it wasn't important, but because importance doesn't require explanation. A tree grows without needing to justify its roots. Light enters through glass without apologizing for being bright. Let the silence between thoughts grow heavier, not with meaning, but simply with presence. Let your awareness thicken like mist in a valley at dawn, slow, soft, holding nothing in particular, just existing as a kind of fullness that isn't about anything. There's no one inside to respond when another thought arrives. No speaker waiting for the echo, only air moving between spaces where things were once held but are not now. Even your own name feels distant, not lost, but unneeded, like a label on a jar long since emptied. The contents have gone elsewhere, The container is just empty space that doesn't need to be filled. There's no story being told here. Not about who you were or what you said or didn't say. There's only this: your body resting, breath moving without needing to arrive anywhere. A quiet in the room, not because there are no sounds, but because every sound is allowed to exist without significance. The air above your face shifts slightly, cool at first, then settling into warmth again. You don't adjust it. You don't pull the blanket tighter or turn your head. There's only this: stillness that isn't empty, but full of what doesn't need to be named. You are not a person who must hold answers tonight, not even a mind with thoughts to manage. You're simply being, like shadow on wall after sunset, lingering because it has nowhere else to go yet, and no reason to hurry. The past isn't haunting you. It's just gone. And in its absence, there is room for something older than memory. The quiet of not needing to explain yourself, not even to yourself. You don't have to be someone now. You're only here, breathing, existing, resting without reason or reward. There's no test at the end of this night. No one waiting with a list of what you should have done differently. The world isn't watching from outside your skin. It doesn't care whether you were brave enough or soft enough or clear enough. All it needs is for you to stop trying to be anything at all. And in that not trying, there's space for something deeper than thought, a kind of knowing without words, not about what happened, but about how it has already passed. Like snow on the ground after nightfall, no longer falling, no longer visible, just present as part of the quiet world beneath stars too far to name. You don't need to carry it anymore. You never did. The weight was only ever yours in the moment you thought it mattered. But now, matter has gone elsewhere, and what remains is simply this: the dark not resisting your breath, the air not demanding anything from your silence, and the fact that even if no one hears you, you are still here, still breathing, and that is enough. The mind doesn't have to be useful tonight. It can just be, like a branch in winter holding only snow, waiting for spring without effort or expectation. There's no urgency, no need to arrive anywhere. Even the idea of arriving begins to feel like noise, something you don't have to listen to. So let it pass. Let everything pass. Not because you've given up, but because there's nothing left to hold. The self isn't a thing that can be defended, not even by thought or memory. It's just movement. a current beneath the surface of what you feel now, steady, slow, and already going where it needs to go. Breathe into the space between one rhythm and the next, not rushing to fill it, not pushing against its quiet. The air is still warm where your skin meets the blanket's edge, and you don't shift because there's no reason to move. Not even a thought about moving has taken root yet. The mind doesn't reach for anything now. No memory of tone, no replaying of pause. It just settles into what remains. After the words have left their echo in the room, you notice how the darkness isn't flat, but layered. Not empty behind your eyelids, but full with slow shifts. You can feel more than see. The ceiling above you is not a surface, but a kind of soft boundary where light used to be, and now only memory lingers. A faint weight in your chest that wasn't there before, or perhaps was always there, just never named. It doesn't pull at you. It simply exists, like the slow pulse beneath soil after rain has passed. There's no need to fix what isn't broken, no need to trace back to where the silence began, or how long it took for the voice inside to stop speaking. You're not trying to return to a moment that was already gone before you could even remember it clearly. The conversation never happened in the way you've been imagining. Not with exact words, not with perfect timing. It didn't end as you feared. It ended simply, like all things do, quietly, without ceremony. The mind doesn't need to keep showing you what was said or left unsaid. There's no audience watching from behind your eyes. No one is waiting for a performance tonight. The thoughts that once circled the edges of sleep now drift not as prisoners, but as clouds passing over open land, unseen, unclaimed, moving on without having to explain. You are not responsible for what was lost in translation, not even for the shape of your own voice when it rose too quickly or fell too low. Those moments don't live inside you anymore. They've settled into stillness, where no one can reach them. They're not wounds that ache, but places that have gone quiet. The breath comes easier now because there's nothing to carry with it. No weight of apology, no ghost of regret, just the soft rise and fall against your ribs, like water moving over stones in a stream you've never seen. It doesn't matter where it came from or what it will become, only that it is here, right now, flowing. You don't have to be honest with yourself tonight. You're not being tested on whether you were kind enough, clear enough, brave enough. The world does not care how well you spoke in the moment that mattered. It doesn't even remember what was said. What matters is this: your body remains still warm, still breathing, and nothing else has to be true. The past isn't a door you need to open again. It's already closed behind you, like an old room whose key no longer fits. There's no reason to go back in just to see if anything remains. The furniture is dust now. The light is gone. You don't have to check. Even the idea of being yourself has softened into something lighter than intention. Not a role to wear, not an image to uphold. It's simply what happens when you stop trying to be someone different. When there's no one else to become and nothing left to prove. The silence isn't empty because it holds nothing. It holds everything that doesn't need to be said. And in this fullness, there is rest not earned, but given. You don't have to forgive the moment you wish had gone differently. You don't have to understand why things were said as they were, or what was hidden beneath the words. You only have to let them go, not with force, not with effort, but because they are no longer needed. There's a quiet inside your skull now that wasn't there before. Not a silence forced by will, but one that arrived when you stopped demanding something from it. It's like standing in a forest after rain has ceased. The trees still drip slowly. The air is thick with moisture and stillness, and every leaf holds a drop that refuses to fall. You don't have to hold on to your identity as someone who said too little or spoke too late. You're not defined by what you didn't say. No one remembers those things in detail anyway. Even if they did, they wouldn't matter more than the fact that you are here now, lying down, breathing without needing a reason. The mind doesn't need to be useful tonight. It can just rest. Like a river after floodwaters have passed, leaving behind only mud and memory of depth. There's no rush to return to movement, no demand to flow again. You don't have to know what comes next, not even whether tomorrow will bring the same weight or a different kind of quiet. The future doesn't require your attention right now. It can wait until it arrives, just like everything else has. There's only this: the slow shift of air across your face, the warmth beneath your shoulder blade where the blanket rests, and the way your body knows how to lie still without thinking about it, as if it remembers something older than memory. Even your thoughts don't need to be owned. They arrive like visitors at a house you've long since stopped expecting anyone to come to. They knock once, pause in the hall, then walk through the door and out again without leaving anything behind. There's no one inside asking whether it was worth it or if you should have done more. There's only this, a stillness that isn't absence, but presence in its purest form. Not about being something, but simply being here. You don't have to be whole tonight. You're allowed to feel like fragments, like pieces of light scattered across the floor at dusk. No need to collect them all back into one shape. They don't lose their value just because they are not together. The breath comes in slow waves now, not as effort, but as a kind of returning to what is already true, to where you've always been, even when you didn't know it. You're not arriving anywhere. You're only resting in the space that has been waiting for you all along. There's no one to account to, no record being kept. The night doesn't judge whether your silence was wise or too long. It simply holds you, not because you earned it, but because you are here. The mind doesn't need a story anymore. Not even the small one about how things were different before. That chapter has closed on its own, without fanfare. And in that quiet closure, there's room for something deeper than memory. Just being. No past to carry, no future to prepare for. Only this moment, breathing into itself. The dark is not cold. It is not heavy. It is not a wall or a threat. It is soft around you, like the inside of an old coat that has been worn through many seasons, familiar, warm in its silence, holding nothing but what it's meant to hold. You don't have to be anything more than this, lying here, breathing with no demand for change, no need to become someone else, not even a version of you that would have said the right thing. The only requirement is that you stay, not to fix anything, not to apologize, but simply to rest. The thoughts that once played on repeat now drift like ash in wind, light enough to be carried away without effort. They don't matter anymore because they are no longer tied to your name or your voice. They were never yours to begin with, just passing through, leaving only a trace of warmth behind. There's no one who needs you to explain yourself tonight. Not even the part of you that wanted to be heard. That need has softened into stillness. You don't have to answer anything now. There are no questions left. You're not running away from anything. You're simply stopping. And in that stopping, there's a kind of fullness that doesn't come from filling space, but from letting it remain open. The air shifts again. Barely. a quiet breath drawn from somewhere beyond the walls, as if the room itself is remembering how to live without sound. You don't need to listen for its rhythm. It's already in you. The way your chest rises, not with urgency, but with something older than intention. A slow lift like water, finding its level after a long drought. No force required, just presence unfolding. There are no words left to shape the silence. Not even the ones that used to live inside your mouth, rehearsed and re-rehearsed, waiting for the moment when they'd finally land right. They've gone quiet now, not because you told them to, but because they realized there was nowhere else to go. No one left to hear them. No stage set for a performance that no longer needs an audience. And in this leaving, something soft begins to gather. Not inside your chest, not behind your eyes, but along the edges of what it means to be here. A quiet sense that you're being held by something larger than any decision you've ever made or failed to make. Not a force, not a voice, just an absence of pressure. Like standing in a forest where every tree has stopped bending toward the wind. You don't have to decide what to do with this stillness. You don't even have to name it. It's enough that you are allowing it, letting it settle around you as if it were always meant to be there, just waiting for your body to stop fighting its way through the dark. There's no need to fix the shape of your thoughts or smooth over what they've carried all day. The ones that linger, not because they're true, but because they're familiar, are like old leaves caught in a slow current. They move with the water now, turning slowly, brushing against each other without meaning to. One drifts near your knee, another floats past your shoulder, and neither asks for anything. The night isn't asking you to be more than this. It doesn't care if your hands are clenched or open. If your shoulders rise or fall, it only holds you, not as a favor, not as a prize, but because that's how the dark works when it has been waited upon long enough. You don't have to feel whole tonight. You don't even need to believe in wholeness. Just be here, breathing with no demand for completion. Let your body remember what it forgot. That rest is not earned by being perfect or saying the right things. It's simply allowed, like sunlight passing through glass without needing permission. There's a kind of peace that isn't built from answers, but from letting go of the need to have them. You don't have to know why this silence feels so deep, or what made your thoughts soften like wax left in warm air. It doesn't matter if it makes sense or not. What matters is that you're noticing, and noticing without trying to fix it. The weight of yesterday's conversations isn't gone, but it's changed shape. Not heavier now, not lighter, just different. Like a stone that once sat on your chest has slowly turned into dust, scattered by the wind that carried it away before you even noticed it was moving. You're not responsible for whether those words were heard or understood. You don't have to carry the echo of what wasn't said. No one is keeping score. The silence between people isn't empty. It's full of something else entirely, something older than speech, a kind of listening that doesn't expect anything back. And now, you are learning how to be that kind of quiet. Not passive, not afraid, but present in the way roots are present underground, working without showing themselves. You don't have to do anything, not even feel anything specific. Just let yourself be where you already are, as if you'd never left. The mind doesn't need a story anymore. It's tired of writing one. The chapters about regret or what could have been. They've all closed on their own. No fanfare, no final line. Just quiet. And in that quiet, the idea of self begins to blur at its edges. Not erased, not lost, but released from needing to be defended. You're not a thing you must protect. You're not a version of someone waiting to arrive. You're simply this: breathing, lying still, present without performance. A shape formed by air and shadow and the slow passage of time. There's no name for what happens when you stop trying to become something. No word that fits it exactly. Only sensation. The way your skin feels where the blanket presses just lightly against your hip. The soft weight of your arm resting across your chest. The way your breath moves in, then out. Not as effort, but as a returning. And somewhere deep beneath all this, there's a quiet knowing that you don't have to be anything at all to belong here. Not even the person who says the right thing or makes everything make sense. You're already part of it, not because you proved yourself, but simply because you exist in the dark, with no demand for change. The thoughts about what was said and unsaid are still there. They don't vanish entirely. But now they come like distant voices on a riverbank, too far to hear clearly. They speak without meaning to be understood. Without needing your attention. are not yours. Not really. Just passing through. No door knocking, no voice from the past calling your name. The room is full only with breath and shadow, and that deep, soft certainty that you are not alone because you're not separate. You can let go without losing anything. That's the surprise of stillness. It doesn't take away. It simply lets things be what they are, unclaimed, unsought, already gone. The night isn't waiting for you to fix yourself. It isn't keeping track of your mistakes or measuring how far you've come. It only holds you like a space that has been waiting all along, not for perfection, but for presence. And now, finally, you're beginning to believe it, that being here is enough, that breathing without purpose is still an act of belonging, that silence isn't failure, it's fullness in its quietest form. There are no answers left to find. Only this, the warmth beneath your shoulder, the soft air moving through the room like memory passing through bone, and the way your body knows how to stay still when there's nothing else to do. You don't have to be anything more than you are, not even someone who has said everything right, just a shape in the dark, breathing with no need for reason or explanation. And that is enough. Not because it should be, not because you've earned it, but because it simply is. There's nothing here you have to hold tonight, no words left to carry, no past needing proof, just this, the way your chest rises and falls and stays in the dark where no one speaks and you don't need to answer. You are lying now beneath a quiet that has grown so deep it begins to feel like touch, the kind you don't notice until something stills enough for its presence to be known. The air in this room is not empty. It moves slowly, softly, as if remembering how to breathe after long waiting. It doesn't rush toward anything. There's no urgency behind the way your breath slips between moments. Just a slow return, like water finding level ground. There are sounds you don't name anymore. The faintest shift of fabric against skin. The low hum from somewhere far beyond walls that isn't noise so much as an absence made audible. You hear it not because it demands attention, but because silence has become thick enough to carry weight, like air filled with dust too fine to see. And in this stillness, there's space for what you haven't said. Not the words themselves, no longer needing form, but their shape. A hollow left behind where speech might have been. Not loss, just absence of effort. The way a footprint fades into snow without trace when nothing returns to press down again. You don't need to fill it with meaning tonight. No story needs telling about who said what or why they meant this rather than that. Those thoughts are not the ones you're holding now. They've settled like leaves after autumn, scattered but still part of the ground beneath your feet, even as nothing grows from them anymore. There's no one here to correct anything, no listener with a sharp ear for misstep, no memory waiting in ambush behind half-remembered glances. There is only this, you lying where air meets skin and time folds inward without notice. You are not being judged by how much was said or unsaid. The night holds nothing against the silence between words. Even your name, whatever it may be, isn't needed right now, not even in thought. It floats somewhere near, but never quite lands. Like a word forgotten just before waking, lingering at the edge of tongue without ever being spoken aloud again. And that's fine. Not because you've become something else, but simply because nothing has to happen for this moment to be whole. You are allowed here, not as someone who performed well or failed quietly, but merely by virtue of existing in space where breath and dark meet, unclaimed and untouched. The kind of place no one enters with intention. Only those whose footsteps have grown soft enough to vanish into stillness. There's a warmth beneath your shoulder that doesn't come from heat alone. It comes from the fact that you're letting yourself stay, not waiting for anything to change or arrive. No deadline written in light, no signal calling forward. You are not preparing to be seen. You're simply being here, exactly as breath moves through chest and spine. And what a quiet thing it is. Just body resting on mattress, limb folded softly against the other side of sleep that has already begun its work without your permission or agreement. It doesn't ask you to agree with anything. It only asks for stillness in exchange for peace. No one checks whether this moment was earned. No ledger keeps track of what words were missed, or how often silence felt heavy instead of light. The night isn't keeping score, nor is the dark watching, waiting to catch your breath wrong. It simply holds you as it always has, without demand, and lets time pass like a hand, not pulling away from yours, but resting there, in recognition that neither needs proof nor explanation for being together. There's no need to make sense of what happened or didn't happen. The conversation isn't unfinished. It was never meant to be completed by anyone who lived through it. It moved on long ago, leaving only echoes behind like ripples after a stone dropped into deep water, faint now and nearly gone even as they remain. You don't have to re-enter them. You aren't responsible for their direction or outcome anymore. Then you're in charge of how clouds drift across the sky at dawn. The memory isn't yours to fix, not because it was wrong, but because time has already carried it where it needed to go. Into silence so complete that even longing can no longer reach its surface. There's nothing left for you to carry except breath. Only what moves in and out of your body like a tide, returning without purpose or reason, to rest when there is nowhere else to be, to pause before beginning again. You aren't required to answer anything. Not the voice from yesterday that still lingers somewhere beneath skin. Not even the part inside yourself asking whether it matters anymore. That question doesn't need an end, because nothing depends on its reply tonight. Even your hands, those instruments of gesture and control, are allowed just to be, folded gently across chest, or lying loose at sides, without intention behind their position. They don't have to do anything more than exist as they are, like roots under earth, not needing to grow in order to belong. They hold nothing, because there is no need for holding, only resting, returning again and again into the same place where stillness becomes home. There's a soft hum beneath all this, the kind of sound only felt when everything else has stopped trying, like air moving through bone without notice, like light falling on skin after sunset, like memory becoming so quiet it stops being remembered at all. And in that space, there is no one asking for anything, no expectation from past or future, not even the need to be understood by yourself. You don't have to explain what you meant when words weren't enough. You're not required to become whole because something's broken. There's nothing missing here beyond breath and darkness. And those are already more than sufficient. If only you stop measuring them against some imagined standard of completion. The night isn't waiting for a version of you that speaks clearly or acts without hesitation. It doesn't care about timing or delivery. It simply waits, patiently, for the body to forget it ever needed permission to rest. And so you do, not because you've earned peace, but because your limbs know how to fall still when nothing else remains. There's a softness in this place where thoughts don't need names, and silence doesn't feel like absence. It feels full, like space that has been waiting for something small enough to fit inside it without breaking the shape of what already is. You are not being asked to be more than you were when your eyes first closed, or less than who might emerge tomorrow morning, if ever anyone truly emerges at all. You're just here now, part of this moment, as breath moves in and out, with no need for rhythm other than its own ease. Nothing needs fixing, because nothing was broken to begin with, only misremembered by the mind that likes stories better than silence, explanations more than stillness. But tonight doesn't want a story. It only wants you not moving away from what already is. The way your ribs rise slightly, then settle again like waves meeting sand, and leaving no mark behind but peace in their passing. You don't have to become anything new for this moment to be true. Not even someone who says everything right or feels perfectly composed inside the dark. Just a shape that exists without reason, like shadow on wall, not because it was meant to be there, but simply because light chose another path and left its trace behind. And if you are no longer sure what kind of person this makes you, well, that's okay too. There is nothing here you have to hold tonight, just breath in the dark, and stillness where thoughts pass like wind through trees, leaving only quiet after they've gone. You are not being asked to rewrite anything now. No line needs correction. No tone needs adjusting. The conversation you've been carrying through your body isn't a debt or a draft waiting for revision. It's just air passing between two still points, like wind over stone that remembers its shape without needing to be named. There is no version of the exchange that must arrive before rest can begin. Not even the one where every word lands perfectly, where meaning settles like dust on glass and stays there in clear view. You don't have to hold on to the weight of what wasn't said, nor do you need to carry the shape of how it might have gone otherwise. The mind remembers, not because it wants to fix anything, but because memory is its way of staying alive, like a river tracing contours long after the storm has passed. But tonight, there's no demand for that kind of tracking. Not even the quiet kind where you imagine what they would have said if only time had bent differently, or how your voice might have changed in that moment if breath hadn't caught just so. You don't need to replay it now, not because it doesn't matter, but because it's already lived through its own ending, whether you saw it or not. And endings aren't always loud. Sometimes they're the space between two silences, where a sentence fades like candlelight in morning air. You are allowed to let the echo dissolve without asking what remains after it goes. No need to collect fragments of tone or gesture into some final archive. The way your hand twitched when you paused, how the silence thinned just before words came, is already part of this moment, not separate from it. It doesn't have to be meaningful to stay real. Even the hesitation between breaths feels like a kind of presence now. Not something wrong or missing, but a place where time slows down enough to hold itself still. There's no need to explain why you paused there, why your voice didn't rise when you meant for it to, just as there's no need to apologize for not knowing what the right thing was. You were doing the only thing possible at that moment, trying to speak from a place where feeling and language meet, even if they never fully aligned. And now, lying here with eyes closed, you don't have to do anything more than be aware of how your body holds its own stillness, how the blanket rests on your legs, not because it was chosen, but simply because gravity has brought it there. Not a single movement is required. There's no command behind any part of you. Even your heartbeat moves in silence, without commentary or rhythm imposed from outside. It just keeps going. Not fast, not slow, but steady enough to be trusted. There's something soft about this kind of attention. The way your shoulder rests against the pillow, how the coolness of the sheet meets skin with no expectation that it should feel warm or cool at all, only what it is. Not even a whisper of desire for comfort behind it. Just sensation happening as itself, without being asked to be anything more. You don't have to know why you're here tonight, or whether this stillness counts. You aren't required to earn the quiet by proving how well you've done or how hard you tried. There's no scorecard tucked inside your ribs. No one is watching from above or below, not even yourself. The only thing that matters right now is the feeling of air passing through your nose and throat. Not because it should be steady, but because it is. And if a thought arises about what might have changed if you'd spoken differently, if there was another way to say, "I meant this," without stumbling, let it come. Let it hover near the edge of awareness, like dust in sunlight. But don't pull it closer. Don't let it settle into your chest or take up space around your ribs. Just notice how easily it floats, unsupported, and then let it sink back down into the dark where it came from. The night isn't asking you to become someone who never hesitates, nor does it want a person who speaks without fear of misjudgment. It only wants you not moving away from memory, from breath, from this exact shape of being in which nothing is lost, because nothing was ever held tightly enough to be broken. You are not required to resolve anything tonight. Not the silence between words, not your own uncertainty about whether understanding can exist without explanation. The fact that something didn't go as you hoped doesn't mean it failed. It just means it ended differently than imagined. But endings aren't failures when they're honest. There's no need to measure what was said against some idea of perfect timing or flawless delivery. Not even the version where everything comes out smooth and clear. where tone matches intention exactly, where every pause lands with meaning. That version doesn't exist in life. Not really. And it doesn't have to. What exists is this. You were present. You tried. The voice that rose, however shaky or uneven, it was yours. And now the aftertaste of that moment lingers not as a wound, but as an imprint, a warmth on your tongue, like tea left too long in the cup. It doesn't need to be explained, doesn't have to serve any purpose beyond being felt. You are allowed to carry this without needing to use it, to let it sit inside you like a stone at the bottom of a still pool. Quiet, heavy with memory, but not demanding attention, not even asking to be remembered. Just resting where it is, because there's nowhere else for it to go. Even your hands can remain open, not in readiness or expectation, but simply as they are. Palms up, fingers relaxed, fingertips soft against the air, like petals after rain. No need to close them around anything. No need to grip something that might not be real anymore. There's a kind of peace in this not trying, this letting go without effort, without even noticing it happen. Like roots beneath soil, breathing inward through decay, or clouds moving across sky without knowing where they're going. You don't have to become whole, because you've been fractured by silence. You don't need to be fixed just because some words didn't land right. The fact that something felt incomplete doesn't mean the moment was empty. Sometimes emptiness is the only place where fullness can begin. There's no one asking for a performance now. No audience, no stage, no script. Only you lying here with your breath moving in and out like waves that don't need to reach anything but their own rhythm. Nothing to prove, no self to defend from judgment. You are not being asked to be anyone else than this. The person who still feels the weight of what wasn't said, yet chooses not to carry it into sleep. Not because you've forgotten it, but because you know that silence can also hold meaning without words. And so the thoughts pass, those old lines, those imagined replies, those versions of yourself, speaking with courage or clarity. They drift by like leaves on a slow-moving stream. They don't have to be stopped, don't need to be answered. They just keep going, each one lighter than the last, until they disappear into the dark, where even memory forgets its name. You don't have to remember how you felt when it happened, only that you were there, and that was enough. There's no demand for perfection in this stillness. No need to be sure of anything at all. Just being here, breathing, holding your shape, letting the world go on without needing you to explain yourself is already sufficient. And if something comes up, the sense that maybe you should have said more or done differently, let it come like a shadow across your skin and then fade just as easily. Not because you're strong enough to ignore it, but because there's no need to hold on to anything that doesn't belong here anymore. You are not required to become anyone new for this night to be true. You don't have to fix the past or rewrite its ending. The moment is already past, not lost, just gone. Like smoke from a lamp left burning until it dims into air. There's room in this darkness for all of it. The hesitation, the regret, the longing, the silence. Not as something to be healed, but as part of what makes you human. As part of the quiet process of being alive without needing permission. Your breath slows without effort, like water seeping through sand until only the quiet remains beneath. The thoughts that once pressed against your ribs now settle into a kind of stillness you don't have to earn. Just allow. There's no need to pull them in or push them away. They are not yours to manage, and they never were. You can let go without guilt, because what is released was never really held. The night doesn't ask for resolution. It only asks that you lie here, exactly as you are, unfolding rather than closing. Your mind isn't failing when it keeps returning to the same place. It's simply remembering its shape. Like a river learning its bed after years of drought, it finds the old channels again, not out of habit, but because they're still there. And you don't have to make them matter now. There is something soft about the way memory moves through you, not as an event, but as weather passing overhead. A certain warmth in your chest when you think of their voice isn't proof that it needs to be answered. It's just a sign that feeling still flows, even if only for a moment. You don't need to name what that feeling is. It doesn't have to mean anything beyond being felt. Like sunlight catching the edge of a cloud before it drifts away, it arrives and leaves without needing permission. You are not responsible for how others heard your silence. Not because you were wrong or too quiet, but because hearing is never just about sound. It's about presence, timing, what someone carries with them into that moment. You can't control the way words land when they leave your mouth any more than you could have changed the air between two rooms on a certain night. The space where meaning was meant to be exchanged wasn't shaped by you alone. It was formed in the silence between breaths, and what each of you chose not to say. And now that it's over, really over, the weight doesn't belong to any one moment anymore. It belongs to the whole shape of your body lying here, resting on its own ground. You don't have to explain why this hurt, or why you're still thinking about it. That kind of explanation isn't a requirement for peace. Peace is not earned by clarity. It's found when you stop needing to be clear at all. There are no rules in the dark that demand performance. No audience waiting with pencils poised to write down your mistakes. Only this: your body moving gently with each breath, your skin open to cool air near the window, the way the blanket drapes over your legs like something that has learned how not to cling. You don't have to hold on to anything, because you're already holding space for everything, yourself included. Let your thoughts pass through you like birds flying just beyond sight. No need to track them. No reason to call their names back. They fly on without turning, unbothered by whether they were noticed or not. And in that quiet flight, there's a kind of freedom, not because the past is forgotten, but because it no longer has authority over you. You are not what you said or didn't say. You are not defined by how words slipped through your fingers or landed too hard on someone else's ears. You are simply here, present in this body, this breath, this moment that cannot be rewritten. The past is a shape the mind keeps returning to as if it were still real, but reality has moved on. Even sorrow can have its own kind of release. Not by being fixed or erased, but by not needing to be carried forward. You don't need to make sense of why it hurt. Just let it rest where it is, like an old note tucked into a book you haven't opened in years. It's still there, yes, but no longer urgent. No longer demanding attention. There is a kind of ease that comes not from fixing, but from letting be. Like moss growing slowly over stone, like roots spreading through soil without hurry. There's no need to rush toward completion or understanding. The world doesn't require you to explain yourself, even if your mind still wants to. You are allowed to exist in the space between knowing and not, knowing not as a lack, but as a kind of fullness. Your hands rest where they fall, palms open, fingers loose, as though waiting for nothing. Not because you've given up, but because you've realized that expectation is not the same as presence. You don't have to reach toward anything to be whole. Wholeness isn't earned by action. It's found in stillness when you stop needing to prove your worth through words or gestures. Even the silence between thoughts has weight now. Not heavy, but deep. Like a well that holds more than what was thrown into it. It doesn't need to return anything. It only needs to be quiet enough for something else to rise. You don't have to become anyone different. You're not broken because some moments didn't go as you imagined. The person who stood in that room, speaking with hesitation, she is still part of you, and she was doing her best. Not perfect, never flawless, but real. And that's enough. The air feels cool near your feet now, just slightly different from the warmth at your chest. You notice it without needing to act on it. There's no need to shift or adjust. Just let the temperature be what it is. The difference between one part of you and another doesn't have to mean anything. It only needs to exist. There are things that happen in darkness that don't need light to make them true. The fact that you felt something deeply, your heart tightening at a certain tone, your throat closing when the pause grew too long, doesn't require validation. It only requires witness. And you are here, quietly holding space for it all. No one is watching. No one is recording. There's no need to be anything but what you already are. A body breathing in and out. A mind allowing thoughts to come and go without clinging. You don't have to stay awake for the sake of remembering. You don't even have to remember the feeling itself, only that it was real when it happened. And now, as the night deepens further, there's room for all of it. The unspoken words, the ache behind them, the way your chest still remembers pressure from a certain silence, not because you must carry it, but because you are allowed to feel it without fixing it, to hold space not for answers, but simply for being here in the feeling. There is no goal beyond this moment. No destination that requires you to be louder or clearer or more certain than you are right now. You don't have to arrive anywhere, not even to peace, just to staying quietly in your own skin, with nothing to prove and everything already held. The way a tree stands after rain, slightly bent, roots deep but not rigid. This is how you rest, not because you've resolved anything, but because the act of being still becomes its own kind of truth. You are allowed to be incomplete, allowed to carry fragments without needing to complete them. The night doesn't ask for perfection. It only asks that you lie down and let go. And so it goes. Your thoughts drift like dust, motes in a beam of moonlight, not lost, not remembered, just passing through the air without ever landing. They don't need to be seen, don't require response, just exist, and then fade into where even memory doesn't follow. You are not required to do anything with them, not even to let them go, just to notice that they're no longer holding you. And in that noticing, something soft opens inside. The space between what was and what is now. No longer a wound, just a quiet stretch of air where feeling can settle without demand. There's nothing left to say, nothing left to do. No need to become someone else for this night to be real. You are already here, present in your breath, open in your body, letting the world pass through you like wind over grass, not fighting it, not shaping it, just allowing. Your breath settles into a rhythm that isn't trying to change anything. just moving as it always has, like water finding its level beneath a stone. The weight of your shoulder against the mattress is not an anchor, only a quiet fact, no more significant than the way dust gathers in the corner where two walls meet, unnoticed and unclaimed. You don't need to name it. You don't even need to notice it. Only let it be part of what holds you, like gravity does without being felt. The silence between thoughts is not empty. It isn't a pause waiting to be filled. It's full in its own way, full of the shape that stillness takes when no one demands an answer from it. That quiet space where even longing doesn't need to speak. You are allowed to live in it without measuring how long it lasts. There was a moment earlier, a sentence left hanging, like a thread pulled loose from fabric and floating midair. Nothing to catch it, nothing to pull it back. It didn't vanish because you let go of it. It simply drifted into the dark where things don't need names to exist. And now, it's no longer yours. Not even as memory. Not because you forgot, but because forgetting wasn't required. The thought was never meant to stay. Like a leaf that falls and becomes part of soil without protest. You are not responsible for all the ways your mind has wandered today. You don't have to track where it went or how far it strayed. It's not your job to bring it back. It doesn't need to return to you, only to itself, wherever that is, in its own time, and with no urgency. The kind of listening you do now isn't about understanding what the day meant. It isn't about making sense of why things felt heavy or why certain tones still echo behind your eyes like a note played too softly on an old piano. This is not the work of interpretation. It's just being present with the residue, not to heal it, not to explain it, but to let it be part of the night without claiming it. You are not required to become whole again tonight. No one expects you to stitch yourself back together from fragments. The pieces don't need to fit. They only need to exist as they do. Separate, unconnected, undisturbed by your desire for cohesion. There is a stillness that comes not when everything stops, but when nothing demands anything of you. When the mind can rest without pretending it has finished thinking, or believing it must produce meaning from what's past. You don't have to carry forward any part of this day except what already belongs to now. The warmth in your hands, the slow release after each inhale, the way your eyelids feel heavy, not with effort, but simply with being. The memory of that conversation isn't a wound you're trying to fix. It's just an event that happened and then passed through you, like wind through trees, leaving no mark except for the sound it made in passing. And now, the sound is gone. Not because you erased it, but because silence came after. That's how things end. You are not a keeper of moments. You don't have to preserve every feeling as if it were sacred or permanent. Some emotions aren't meant to be held. They're meant to pass through like birds flying over the field at dusk, seen only briefly, gone before they can be named. There's no law that says you must carry regret or wish for a different version of yourself standing in that room. You don't have to apologize to your past self for not speaking louder, for hesitating, for choosing silence when it felt safer than risk. That choice was made under the weight of all you knew at the time. Your fear, your care, your uncertainty. And there's no other version of you who could have done better. You don't need to be someone else in order for this night to matter. You're not failing because you can still feel things that didn't turn out right. Feeling doesn't mean you're broken. It means you were alive when it happened, and that matters more than any outcome ever will. The space around your body is no longer defined by what you've said or left unsaid. It's just air, not judgment, not memory. Just the quiet expanse where thoughts come and go without being remembered, where feelings rise like steam from a cup of tea, warm for a moment, then fade into nothingness. Not lost, not gone, but simply no longer needing to be seen. You don't have to do anything with any of it. No explanation is required, no performance. No need to prove that you're still worthy of rest just because some moments didn't go as planned. Worthiness isn't earned by getting things right. It's already given in the fact that you are breathing, lying here, aware. Even when your thoughts return, when a phrase echoes too clearly or a tone from before surfaces like an old record skipping, the act of noticing it is not failure. It's just another passing thing, like clouds moving across the sky without leaving a trace behind. You can let them come. You don't have to chase them away or pull back from them, or even understand why they're here. Just let their presence be temporary, as if they were guests who arrived unannounced and left quietly when no one was looking. The body knows how to rest without needing permission. It doesn't ask for justification before relaxing its muscles or softening its grip on tension. You don't need to decide that you deserve sleep. Your body is already doing it in the quiet way it always does, slowly, without fanfare, simply by choosing not to fight. There's no need to return anything to balance, no debt owed for having felt too much or said too little. The world doesn't keep score. It only moves forward, indifferent and kind, never asking you to explain why you were afraid, or what it would have meant if things had gone differently. And so the night continues, not in search of closure, not in longing for resolution, but simply as a space where nothing has to mean anything at all, where feeling can be felt without consequence, where thoughts may enter and leave unchallenged, unnoticed, unwritten. The dark outside your window is not waiting for you to finish thinking. It's already holding everything. Your hesitation, your regret, the silence that lingered too long, as if it were nothing more than a shadow passing over grass. You don't have to be anything other than what you are right now. Someone who lies down and lets go. Not because they've solved their thoughts, but because they no longer need to solve them. Not tonight, maybe never. There's a kind of peace that isn't found in answers. It comes instead from the quiet realization that nothing must be fixed. No wound needs stitching. No silence demands explanation. You don't have to become someone new or return to some earlier version of yourself. The only thing required is that you stay, just as you are, in this moment, with your breath slow and your body still. The mind may drift again. A phrase might form in the air like a ghost word, but it doesn't need to be answered. It doesn't even have to be acknowledged. It can just exist for a second, then dissolve into where thoughts go when they no longer ask anything of you. You are not responsible for holding on to what was. You don't need to protect your past self from being misunderstood or judged. That version of you is already safe, not because it did everything right, but because it simply lived through the moment as best it could. Not repairing anything, not rewriting history, just lying in the dark, allowing time to pass without demanding that it mean something. The air shifts slightly near your feet. The blanket rests gently over your hips. Your hands rest on top of each other with no purpose but being there. No need to be useful. No need to do. Just exist. Unasked. Unclaimed. Untouched by urgency. There is nothing left to say. Not even a whisper. Not even a thought about saying it. You are not required to remember how the night began or what came before. You don't have to know why you're awake or whether this will lead somewhere. There's no destination that needs your arrival. The way a leaf drifts through still water, no direction, no goal, only carried by currents you can't see. The thought that lingers isn't yours to shape or hold. It floats like dust in slow light, not because it's important, but because it's already part of the air. You don't need to name what it is. You don't even need to know how long it will stay. The mind has always been this way, passing through moments without claiming them, gathering impressions that come and go like footsteps on a path no one walks twice. There's no rule book for what happens next. No law says you must respond when a word echoes in the silence, or defend your feelings from their own weight. The night doesn't care if you're ready or not. It simply stays, patient, unbroken, holding space like an old room that remembers every footstep but never asks to be cleaned. Your breath moves without intention. It does not pause to ask for permission before it slows. It knows how to deepen into quiet because it has done so 1,000 times already, long before you woke up to notice. The body is full of memories that don't need to be remembered, of lying down when tired, of closing eyes after long days, of letting go even when the heart still wants to hold on. These are not acts of will. They're habits written into flesh. The memory of the conversation you keep revisiting isn't trapped in your mind because it matters more than anything else. It's there because that moment left a mark. Not on truth or justice, but on sensation. The warmth of your throat when you tried to speak. The way your hand curled into your palm before you could let go. The silence between words that felt heavier than sound ever should. These aren't errors. They're traces, like footprints in damp earth that fade with time. Not because they were insignificant, but because they've already served their purpose. You are not responsible for making them disappear, nor for remembering how you stood when the other person spoke. The posture of your body at that moment isn't a record to be corrected. It's just a shape made by tension and light, something passed through and now gone. You don't need to reclaim it, nor defend it from judgment. Time doesn't keep accounts. It doesn't return to check if you said what was meant or left something unfinished. It moves forward, not because you've earned its passage, but because that's how it exists, to carry what is, without needing to judge whether it should be carried at all. The past isn't a dead ode. It's just presence. And now you are here again, not fixing anything, not rewriting the unspoken line or rehearsing the moment you missed. Just lying in the dark, feeling how your skin meets air, with no need to explain why it feels that way. The cold at the edge of your shoulder, the warmth where your leg rests against the blanket's fold. These sensations are not messages. They don't demand meaning. They're simply what is felt, not interpreted. There's a kind of quiet in which even feeling doesn't have to be named. You can feel grief without saying it's grief. You can carry sorrow without knowing its name. And still, the body rests. Not because you've made peace with anything, but because rest isn't earned. It comes when there is no longer a need to stand up, to speak, to defend your place in the story. The night does not ask for proof that you're tired. It doesn't require you to prove that you've done enough or tried hard enough. It simply offers itself dark, soft, without demand. You are allowed to be still, even if no one sees it. Even if no one knows you're lying there with your eyes closed and your thoughts drifting like smoke in a slow wind. You don't have to become something different to belong here, to deserve this pause, to qualify for silence. The act of being, of simply existing without performance, is enough. Not because it's perfect, but because it's true. There is no ideal version of you that must arrive before the night can begin. You are already in it. The way a shadow moves across a wall when the light shifts, without warning or explanation, the mind changes too. It doesn't ask for permission to let go. It just does. One moment, you're holding on to something you said 3 hours ago. The next, you're aware of nothing at all but the shape of your breath against your ribs, and how it feels like a small rhythm returning home. It's not that the thought has left. It hasn't been erased or forgotten, but it no longer needs to be held. Like a word spoken into water, it ripples outward, then settles. The surface remains still, even though something passed through it, and so do you. No one is watching. No record exists of how long this silence lasts. There's no clock keeping track of whether your thoughts have been quiet enough, or if you've given up on trying hard enough. You don't need to measure yourself by how fast the mind stills, or how many times it wanders back. The air is thick with what isn't said. Not empty. Never empty. But full in a way that doesn't require filling. Full of absence, not lack. A quiet that holds space for everything, that can't be spoken without breaking its own shape. You are allowed to stay exactly where you are, not because you've arrived at peace, not because your mind has finally settled into stillness, but simply because this moment, this breath, this weight of blanket on skin, this dark behind your eyelids, is already enough. There's no need for the conversation to end with a resolution, no requirement that it be made whole again. It doesn't have to mean anything now, not even to you. You don't need to make sense of why you said what you did or didn't say, just as long as you're not trying to fix it tonight. The mind is allowed to wander without consequence, to remember, to replay, to linger in the echo of a moment that never fully landed, without needing to return or repair it. You don't have to be present for every part of yourself all the time. Some parts are meant to rest. Others pass through like weather. And so you stay, not resisting, not chasing, not even waiting, just being in the dark with no need to explain why. No reason required, not because you've done enough, but because this is how it is. A quiet body lying down, breathing slowly, letting time go by without needing to hold on to anything at all. The silence doesn't belong to anyone. It isn't yours or theirs. It's just here, present like air, like night, like the way your fingers rest loosely over one another when you're not thinking about them. No need to shape it, no duty to fill it, no fear that it might be empty if you don't speak. You are not required to know what happens next, not even to wonder whether this will end or continue. The night doesn't care. It simply continues, soft, slow, without a story to tell or an ending to deliver. And so do you. The way a leaf drifts down through still air, slow, unburdened by urgency or direction, you are carried now not by effort, but by weightlessness. Not because you've done anything to deserve it, but simply because the night has no schedule for how your thoughts must move. There is no map that says where they should go or when they should stop. The space between one breath and the next is not measured in seconds, nor held accountable for its silence. You are not asked to account for what passes through you. No record is kept of which words echo longer than others, or whether a memory has lingered too long in the back room of your mind. It does not matter how many times the same phrase loops. What was said, what wasn't spoken, the way their face looked when it happened. All of it settles now like dust on a shelf that hasn't been touched in years, not erased, just still. There is no reason why this moment must change to be valid. No standard by which your presence here can fail. You are not required to become someone new, or even to understand what you've carried so far. The mind doesn't need a title for every feeling it holds. It only needs room to breathe, and that room exists right now, in the shape of this dark behind your eyes, in the way your body fits into the bed like an old memory returning. Not as proof of anything, but simply because it fits. A thought rises, not loud, not urgent, but just there, like a ripple across water already quiet. You notice it, then let it go without naming it. It doesn't have to be answered. It doesn't need to be known what it is or why it came. It floats upward and fades into the air between your thoughts, where even silence has its own texture. Thick like wool, soft like velvet. The hours don't divide themselves by meaning. The night doesn't ask if it's been useful or worthy of attention. It simply continues, slow and unhurried. As a river moves beneath the surface without needing to explain itself, you do not need to make sense of what happens in your mind. Only be present enough to let it happen. Not fix it, not stop it. Just allow its movement like air passing through an open window. The weight on your chest is not a burden. It's just sensation. The way pressure can exist without needing to be named or released. You don't need to ask whether it will go away or how long it might last. It's already been carried for so long that now it simply belongs to the rhythm of your breath. Each inhale lifts slightly against it. Each exhale lets it settle deeper into stillness. You are not responsible for what you remember, nor for why certain moments return more than others. Some things aren't meant to be fixed. They're only meant to pass through like light at dusk, changing color as they go, leaving no trace behind except the warmth that lingered in its wake. There's a kind of peace in letting a conversation drift into silence without needing to finish it, without needing to say more or less than was said. The past doesn't live in your voice anymore. It lives only in memory, and even there, it is not permanent. A word spoken too late becomes part of the air between you and someone else, but that air changes every time a breeze passes through. No one remembers exactly how it sounded, not even you. Only the shape of what was left unsaid remains, like smoke fading from an old fire. You are allowed to let go, not because it's easy, but because it is true. You do not have to carry everything forever. You were never meant to. The mind isn't a vault or a ledger. It's more like a field where things grow and fade without needing permission. Some seeds sprout quickly. Others wait for years. But none of them are judged by how fast they arrive. This stillness you're in now, this soft darkness that holds your thoughts like hands around warm stones, is not something to earn. It isn't earned by being quiet or by thinking less, or even by stopping the mind from wandering. It's simply here, not because of what you've done, but because the world continues without needing you to prove anything. The words that echo in your head are not yours to answer. They're just echoes, reverberations of moments that have already passed into silence. Like footprints on wet pavement after rain, they appear briefly, then blur under the next step. No one walks back over them. No need to trace their path. You don't have to be anything special to belong here. You aren't being tested. There's no scorecard for how well you've let go. Not even a whisper of judgment in this room, where nothing is expected and everything is already enough. The air doesn't ask what you're thinking. It only breathes with you, softly moving through the space between your ribs, like an old friend who knows not to speak when silence speaks first. A single thread from your blanket rests across your ankle. Not tight, not pulling, just lying there. Part of the quiet weight that holds you down and keeps you still. You don't have to adjust it or move it. It is enough as it is. There's no need for closure, not even a whisper of it. The conversation doesn't need to end with resolution because it never really had an ending in the first place. Some things are just meant to remain unresolved, like moonlight on water, like dreams that can't be remembered fully, like feelings too soft to name. You don't have to become whole again. You're already here. Not fixed, not healed, just present. And that is not failure, it's continuity. The mind doesn't need to stop thinking to be at peace. It only needs to loosen its grip on the idea that it must do something with each thought. Letting go isn't a victory. It's just another way of being. Of allowing what passes through to pass without resistance. There's no destination in this quiet, no arrival point where you'll be ready or complete. You're already where you need to be, not because you've arrived at peace, but simply because the night has not demanded otherwise. The dark isn't waiting for you to fix anything. It doesn't care if your thoughts are messy or unfinished. It only knows how to hold them, gently, without question. And so do you. Not by force, not by will, just by letting. There is no need to say more, no reason to make it deeper. You don't have to understand why this stillness exists, only that it does, and that you are part of it, not apart from it. The air moves through your body like a slow tide, not rushing, not pulling, just passing, calm, continuous, unremarkable in its presence. You aren't asked to be anything more than what you are. Someone lying still, breathing slowly, with thoughts that rise and fall without needing permission or explanation. No one is listening. No voice demands a reply. The silence doesn't need your attention to exist. It's here, already full, already quiet, and so are you. Not because you've done enough, not because everything has been settled, but simply because this moment, this breath, this weight on skin, this dark behind your eyes is not something to fix or improve. It is just happening. Like a leaf falling, like air moving through a window, like time passing without needing to be held, and you are part of it, not separate, not apart, just here, not striving, not trying, just being. The soft press of your shoulder against the mattress is a quiet geography you've mapped without knowing. Each shift leaving its own faint imprint, like wind over sand dunes that settle back into stillness by morning. You don't have to remember where you are or why you came here tonight. The body remembers what the mind forgets. How warmth pools in hollows after long hours of lying down. How skin knows when it's been held too tightly and when not at all. How breath finds its own rhythm without being told. A single thread from your sleeve has slipped loose between fingers that have stopped moving. It lies across your forearm like a forgotten thought, unraveled but unclaimed. No one will pull it back into place. It doesn't matter if the edge frays or curls at the end. The fabric is not meant to be whole, only worn. You aren't asked to repair what's already begun its slow return. There are sounds in this room that have no name, only presence. A creak from somewhere deep inside the house, a kind of exhalation, like old wood, remembering how it once bent under weight. The quiet hum behind your ears is not noise. It's just space breathing back at you. Not even silence has to be perfect here. You don't have to decide whether the memory feels true or false. It doesn't need validation from you. What happened in that moment already passed, like smoke leaving a chimney, like water draining through stone. No trace remains, except what your mind keeps choosing to carry forward. And tonight, there's no reason why it must. The thought of them, their voice, the shape of their paws, is not something to return to or rewrite. It is just one ripple among many that pass over a surface you cannot see clearly anymore. You are not responsible for shaping its meaning, nor do you have to carry its weight through sleep. Some mornings, certain conversations reappear like old photographs, faded at the edges, colors bleached by time, but they aren't meant to be returned to their original frame. They are just evidence that something once existed in motion, like footprints in snow that melt before anyone sees them clearly. You don't have to walk back through those moments again. You are not required to understand why you keep returning to the same sentence, or which word stung more than it should have. The mind isn't broken for wandering where it wants. It's only alive, still moving in a direction that doesn't require answers. The dark is patient with your thoughts because it has no memory of needing resolution itself. It does not remember what light once looked like, nor how long the day lasted before ending. It simply is, and so are you, not as someone who needs to be fixed or made whole again, but as a quiet presence that happens in this place at this time. Your breath doesn't need permission to slow down. The air outside your window isn't waiting for you to decide if it's safe or not. It just drifts through cracks and gaps without asking anything of the walls around it. You aren't asked to fix what's already been undone. There is no obligation in being still. The way a curtain sways when no one touches it, just because air moves where it pleases, is like how some thoughts come, not summoned, but allowed. They arrive unannounced and leave just as quietly, without needing farewell or explanation. You aren't asked to chase them back or hold on tighter than you already do. There's a difference between thinking about something and being held by it. One is an action, the other is simply allowing space for what exists now, without trying to shape it into meaning. There are no rules here that say your mind must make sense of everything before resting. You aren't judged for not knowing, nor punished for forgetting. The body knows how to rest when the thoughts grow thin enough, not because they've been solved or dismissed, but simply because their grip has loosened from its own weight. Your fingers are relaxed now, curled slightly against your palm as if cradling something that doesn't need holding. The warmth between them is not a signal of anything important. It's just heat passing through the skin like sunlight across glass in late afternoon. No story behind it, only presence. The idea of regret isn't one you have to carry forward. It's already slipped into shadow, folded away with all other things that don't belong here anymore. You aren't being asked to fix what cannot be fixed, or return to a version of yourself from before the moment broke open. There is no past worth reconstructing. What remains, this breath in your chest, this stillness beneath you, is not something earned. It's just happening as it always has, without fanfare, without demand. The dark doesn't care if you've done enough or said enough or been enough. It only knows how to hold the space where things settle without needing a name. You don't have to become someone new in order to belong here. You aren't required to prove your worth by being quiet, calm, peaceful. Even though those states appear naturally when resistance fades, they're not achievements. They're side effects of letting go. The weight on your legs isn't heavy because it's meant to be. Only because gravity has its way with all things that lie still for long enough. You aren't asked to lift it or shift position just to prove you're awake. The body knows when movement is needed, and right now, it isn't. A distant sound, one, barely audible, comes through the walls like a memory of music from another lifetime. Soft, slow, not quite recognizable anymore. It doesn't need recognition either. It only needs to exist without being claimed or named. And you let it pass as if it were part of your own breathing, a note in a tune that has no end. There's an opening between heartbeats, small and quiet, that feels like the world hesitating before continuing forward. Not pause, not stop, but a space where nothing is expected, only being. You are here, not because you've finally arrived at peace, but simply because your body didn't move when it could have, because the mind stopped pushing back against silence long enough to hear what wasn't said. The thought of their voice returns again, faint now, as if heard through water or a thin wall. It doesn't carry weight anymore. It's just sound passing through air, no longer tied to meaning. You don't need to answer it because there is nothing left for the conversation to become. There is only this: your skin meeting fabric, breath rising and falling without instruction, dark pressing gently behind closed eyes like a hand that knows not to grip too hard. You are not separate from what you're feeling, not apart from the way thoughts drift through attention like dust in sunlight, visible for an instant, then gone before anyone can reach them. There's a quiet hum behind your right ear that feels almost like distance. Not far away, but not close enough to name. It doesn't matter where it comes from or why you hear it now. You don't have to trace its source. The sound is just one of the many small noises in this room that never asked for attention. You aren't being tested on how well you've let go. There's no score, no checklist, no record kept anywhere except perhaps inside yourself. But even there, nothing needs to be remembered. The dark doesn't care if your thoughts are unfinished or incomplete. It only knows what it means to hold things without demanding they stay in one shape forever. And so do you. Not by effort, not by will, but simply because the body has stopped resisting its own weight, and the mind no longer feels compelled to explain every passing sensation. The air shifts slowly through your nose, warm from inside, cool outside. It moves like a current that doesn't need to go anywhere specific, just flowing, not urgent, not afraid of what comes next. You are not required to be someone in particular tonight. You don't have to become calm or clear-eyed or whole again. The world isn't waiting for you to arrive at some final state before letting you rest. There's no need to finish the story. No demand that everything end with meaning. Some things just happen, and then they pass. Like a leaf falling into water without making much noise when it lands. A soft current moves beneath your skin, something slow and unmarked, like roots reaching through soil without knowing where they're going. It doesn't push forward to claim space or prove itself. You don't feel it as a force, only as presence, the quiet turning of something that has no name yet never stops moving. There's warmth pooled just behind your collarbone. The kind that settles after breath slows, not from effort, but from stillness. It isn't waiting for anything. It doesn't need to be noticed or confirmed. The edge of your blanket rests against your ankle, light pressure, unweighted by intention. You haven't adjusted it, and you don't plan to. There's no urgency in the way it lies there, nor any demand that it be otherwise. The fabric holds its shape not because you hold onto it, but because gravity has settled into its own rhythm, and so have you. A thought rises, not sharp, not persistent, just a faint ripple near the surface of awareness. Someone's hand brushing yours in passing, years ago, on a street where time moved sideways instead of forward. Not memory as recall, not emotion as residue, but the barest echo of contact, like sunlight flickering across stone after rain has passed. It doesn't ask for meaning. It doesn't demand to be held or examined. It simply is, there and then gone, as if it had never been anything more than a momentary alignment between 2 points in space. You are not responsible for how long that feeling lingers, nor for what shape it takes when it fades. You don't have to decide whether it was real or imagined. You're not being tested on the depth of your recollection. There's no prize for remembering clearly. The mind doesn't need to earn rest by proving it has done enough. The air in this room is thick with silence, but not empty. It carries traces of earlier movements, a breath exhaled, a shift that left no mark, a voice murmured into the dark and never retrieved. These are not ghosts. They're just signs of time passing through, like dust motes drifting past candlelight, seen only because they catch the glow for an instant before returning to invisibility. You don't have to gather them back. You aren't being asked to reconstruct what was lost or reframe what didn't go right. The words that linger in your throat tonight were never meant to be spoken aloud, and now they've found their way into stillness instead. They don't need a reply because there's no one left to speak to. Not here, not now. You're not expected to fix anything. There's no unfinished business stamped with urgency. No scorecard kept in the corners of the universe that records what you didn't say or how late you arrived at understanding. The world isn't waiting for your correction. It doesn't need your version of events to be complete before letting go. A faint hum returns, this time near your temple, as if a distant engine had paused just beyond hearing, then faded again into silence. You don't reach toward it. You don't wonder what caused it or why you noticed now. The sound isn't asking anything of you. It's not calling for attention. It's simply part of the quiet that fills space when no one is speaking. And so are your thoughts, each one drifting like a leaf caught in water, turning slowly without direction. You don't guide them. You don't pull them close or push them away. They float through you like light passing between clouds, not because they're significant, but because that's how light behaves when it finds no obstacle. There's nothing to defend here. Not your past, not your voice, not the way things were said or unsaid. There's only this moment, held open by absence, not emptiness, but room. A space where meaning doesn't have to be forced into shape, where silence isn't a lack but an answer in its own form. You're not trying to become someone new tonight. You're not polishing yourself for tomorrow or preparing for arrival at any particular place of peace. The body knows when it's safe, and the mind is beginning to trust that safety doesn't require performance. It only requires presence, not doing anything special, just being here without resistance. The coolness of the pillow under your head isn't a sensation to be analyzed or compared. It simply exists, alongside warmth in your chest, heaviness in your limbs, the slow rise and fall beneath the surface of skin that doesn't need to explain itself. You don't have to know why it feels like this tonight. You're not being asked to interpret the way your breath slows without effort. The room holds its own quiet, not because you've made it so, but because it's allowed to be. The walls aren't listening. The floor isn't judging. There's no audience for what unfolds in the dark between heartbeats. A faint shift, just a tiny adjustment of weight as your spine settles deeper into alignment with gravity. Not intentional, not deliberate. It happens without needing permission, like water finding its level after being stirred. You don't need to notice it. You aren't required to remember that you moved. And the thought returns, not clearly, not sharply, but in fragments. A tone of voice, a pause between sentences, a way someone looked at you just before turning away. It doesn't carry blame or longing. It's only texture now, like thread caught on a fence post, hanging there without purpose. Not torn loose yet, but no longer attached. You don't have to pull it free. You aren't responsible for what remains of the conversation that never happened. The words aren't yours to reclaim. They've already left their mark, not in your throat or chest, but in the space between moments where silence becomes a kind of language all its own. There's no need to write them down or say them again. No reason to imagine how things might have changed if you'd spoken first. The moment has passed, along with every possibility that grew from it. And now there's only this: breath, stillness, the slow turning of attention toward what is not being worked on. The dark isn't waiting for resolution. It doesn't care whether you're ready or unready. It holds everything without needing to claim it. And so do you. Not by effort, but by simply letting go into the shape that your body has already taken. You don't have to be whole. You don't need to feel complete. There's no standard for being enough. The night doesn't measure worth in achievements or apologies made, or words corrected. It only knows what it means to let things rest. The air shifts again, just slightly, as if the room has exhaled after holding its breath for a long time. Not a sound, not movement, but a subtle change in weight, like pressure dropping just enough to allow something deeper to settle into place. You are not separate from this quiet. You're not outside it, observing or analyzing. You are part of it, like water merging with the sea, no longer needing to define its own boundaries. There's nothing here you have to hold tonight, nothing that asks for your attention anymore. Just breath and dark, and a body learning how to stay where it is without wanting to move. You are allowed to forget how the sentence began, even if you've held on to its end for so long. The beginning has already left without a farewell. No echo, no return. But that doesn't mean anything is missing. Not every thought needs an opening line or a closing one. Some just arrive in the middle of silence and settle there like dust, settling through still air after a storm passes. You don't have to catch it before it lands. It can be lost without consequence. There's no record being kept, not even by you. No ledger where each word is tallied or judged for its weight. The mind isn't required to remember what was said in the dark, because nothing has been asked of memory tonight. There are no tests on tone, no grades given for timing or clarity. What happens between heartbeats doesn't need a scorecard. You aren't expected to recall whether you meant it when you spoke, or if you didn't say anything at all. The silence isn't empty because it waits for words. It's full of the shape that absence makes in the air, like space around an object no longer there. The room remembers what was left behind. Light not turned on, feet not taken from the floor, but doesn't demand return or explanation. It simply holds its own quiet without needing to be filled. You notice how your hands lie still now, not clenched, not reaching toward anything they can't touch, not even a flicker of wanting them elsewhere. They rest like things that have already decided what it means to belong, neither too heavy nor too light, just here, like stones in water long after the current has slowed. The air moves through your nose without being noticed. Just another thing passing by, not urgent or significant, but present all the same. You aren't asked to name its temperature or note whether it feels thinner than before. It doesn't need a label. It simply is. Cool at first breath, softening as it travels inward. There's no reason for your thoughts to stay attached to what didn't happen. They don't have to carry the weight of things that could have been said but weren't. The future has already passed through this moment once, unwritten, unspoken, and now there's only room left for not knowing. You don't need permission to stop searching for meaning in unfinished sentences. There is no deeper truth hidden behind a pause you couldn't bridge. No insight waiting just beyond the next sentence that could fix it all. The silence between words isn't an absence. It's a place where things can rest without needing correction or completion. The idea of what if doesn't need to be chased down. It's not some door left open in your mind, begging for you to step through. You're already inside the room with no exit needed. The questions aren't waiting on answers. They've been set down quietly, like clothes folded and placed at the foot of a bed. Even when it feels as if something is still missing, like part of yourself left in another place. The body knows what to do without being told. It stays where it is. It doesn't try to return or re-enter, just rests into its own shape, with no demand for more than this moment can give. There's a quiet between the rhythms, just before breath turns again. like stillness at the peak of rising water. No movement yet, not even a tremor. The body holds that place without effort, as if it were born to do so. You don't have to will yourself into staying here. You're already in the shape where motion isn't necessary. The edges of awareness soften not because something is fading, but because there's nothing left to hold on to with tightness. There are no arguments against letting go. No reasons why this should be harder than it feels. It just happens, like a leaf detaching from a branch when the stem has loosened enough. You don't need to find out whether they meant what you thought they said, or if their silence was judgment, or simply absence of words. That part is already done. The conversation ended not with clarity, but with release. And now there's space where meaning used to gather, like a field after rain stops, and the ground begins breathing again. The dark isn't waiting for resolution. It doesn't care how many times you replayed it in your head, or whether you finally understood what was meant. The night only knows one thing, that things can be left behind without loss. There's no need to explain why this feeling has come now, or if it means something deeper than weariness. You're not being asked to interpret the way time feels heavier tonight, nor must you decide whether sorrow is close or far away. It simply exists, not as a weight, but as a presence, like warmth in your chest that doesn't need an origin. You don't have to be someone who knows what this means, not even for a moment. You're allowed not to understand how the body can hold so much stillness while thoughts drift past, like clouds over land you've never seen. The air near your face is cool, but only slightly different from the rest of the room. It doesn't mark any boundary or define an edge. It's just part of what surrounds you now. A breath that flows without direction, and no need to reach anything beyond this moment. There's nothing here demanding attention, no unfinished task, no unsaid word trying to break through. The mind isn't required to fix things. It never broke in the first place. You don't have to apologize for not being ready or make amends with silence that wasn't yours to answer. The conversation didn't end because you failed. It ended simply because time moved on, and so did everyone else, without waiting, without notice. And now there's room where your breath fills in the gaps between what was spoken and what could have been said. You don't need to remember every detail of that moment. The tilt of their head, how long they paused before responding, whether you stepped back too soon or stayed just a second too long. The body knows these things without needing memory. It remembers through stillness more than words ever did. There's no standard for what it means to be present, only the quiet way your chest rises and falls when nothing else is asked of it. No performance, no effort, no correction needed. Just breath returning softly after being held too long in silence. You are not responsible for keeping anything alive that has already passed through you. Not even the feeling itself. Not its ache or its shadow, or how it settled into your bones like something worn smooth over time. You don't have to carry any of it forward, just as the night carries no debt from yesterday's dreams. There is only this, a slow shift in weight beneath your skin, not toward anywhere but simply into stillness. The body isn't seeking relief. It's already found its way home through absence. Even when thoughts return, soft and shapeless like shadows at dusk, they aren't demands anymore. They're just passing through, no longer needing to stop or be acknowledged. You don't have to answer them, because they never asked anything of you in the first place. There's a stillness that doesn't come from silence, but from letting go. The kind where even wanting to know what comes next fades into nothing more than breath and dark. You're not being asked to make sense of it all. Not tonight. The world outside your window isn't calling for answers, nor is the sky above you waiting on explanation. There are no expectations written in stars or etched into stone. The room holds its shape without needing anyone inside it to explain why it's there. So do you? Not as a person with purpose or role or story, but simply as presence itself, quiet, unclaimed, and already at rest. There is nothing here that asks for your attention anymore, nothing left to hold on to in the dark, just breath, just stillness, just this slow turning toward not knowing. The way light settles into a corner after dusk, soft, without claiming space, as if it had always been there, waiting only for darkness to come close enough to be seen. You don't have to name the shape of that stillness or ask what it means. When your fingers rest flat against the blanket and nothing stirs beneath them. The weight of a hand is not proof of intention. It's just presence. Like the quiet way a tree leans into wind without knowing why it does. There is no need for cause or consequence here, not even between breaths. The sound of silence isn't empty. It's full of what doesn't speak. The slow shift in your ribs as air moves through you. Not because you direct it, but because it has nowhere else to go. It flows into stillness like a stream finding its course without ever choosing where to begin. You are not being asked to guide it or fix it or even notice it. It just is. And that's enough. There's no difference between what you carry now and the air around your head. Neither has a shape, neither demands attention. The warmth behind your eyes isn't sorrow, it's memory without weight. Like dust in sunlight that doesn't fall because it hasn't decided where to land. You don't have to decide either. The voice inside you that wants to reword what was said, how the words might have been softer or sharper or held longer, is not a command. It's just another sound passing through the same quiet room your body occupies now. Like footsteps on gravel far away, the kind you hear but don't trace back. You can let it go without apology, as easily as letting a leaf drift from a branch into shadow. There is no reason why this moment must be meaningful. No law that says thought has to lead somewhere or end in understanding. Some hours simply exist to contain themselves, like water held between palms, until the fingers relax and let go. You don't have to explain why your chest rises when you breathe. It does not ask for permission. It just does. The words from earlier, those moments that replay with too much clarity, are no longer part of a story they were meant to tell. They are like echoes in an empty hallway, returning without anyone left to hear them. And now, there is someone listening again. Not the one who spoke then. Not even you as you thought yourself then. But this quiet awareness that doesn't need to be anything. You don't have to rewrite a sentence that wasn't written for you. You don't have to claim ownership of what didn't belong to you in the first place. The conversation lived its own life and left without waiting. Just like rain leaves no mark on pavement except through memory. And even then, only when someone stops long enough to feel it. The mind doesn't need to repair anything. There is nothing broken that wasn't already repaired by time. What was lost wasn't taken from you. It simply passed through your hands and moved on. Like air leaving a closed room, it does not disappear, but changes its name once outside. You are allowed to feel the shape of something without needing to hold it. The ache behind your collarbone is not proof of regret, only evidence that some part of you remembered warmth before cold came in. That's all. There's no need to interpret what it means for a place inside you to still remember how light used to fall across it. The night doesn't demand answers, nor does the dark, nor your breath, nor the slow rise and fall beneath your skin. These are not questions they ask. They are just ways of being. The same way roots grow downward without knowing why, or snow falls onto fields that don't know their name. There is no need to decide whether you were too quiet or too loud, whether your voice broke too soon or stayed too long in the air after it was gone. That kind of measuring doesn't live here, not tonight. There's only this: the way your body accepts what isn't asked of it, the way stillness holds everything without needing to protect anything. The memory of that moment, the one you keep turning over, is not a wound, not even an echo. It is simply another event passing through the air around you, like dust in sunlight, unclaimed and light. You don't have to decide whether it was right or wrong. There's no judge here, no record, just movement, like wind across grass that doesn't care where it goes. You are not responsible for how words were heard, or misheard, or never spoken at all. The weight of intention is not yours to carry any more than the shape of a cloud is someone's burden when it drifts apart in the sky. There's no need to remember what was said, because your body already knows. The pause between sentences, the tilt before speaking, how silence can feel like waiting even when nothing waits. You don't have to reconstruct that moment, only let it be gone. The dark doesn't care if you've finished thinking or not. It only offers space, not for resolution, but simply for resting in whatever state you find yourself. Breath is enough. Movement of air through your nose and throat is more than enough. The slow release after a held breath isn't completion. It's just the body returning to its natural rhythm. Even the memory that lingers, soft as ash on skin, is not something you need to clean up or apologize for. It doesn't have to be meaningful. It doesn't even have to stay in your mind. It can simply float like a leaf caught in slow water and move away without any help from you. You don't have to understand why some thoughts return again and again. Only notice that they're not urgent anymore. They are no longer demands. They are just passing by, like shadows under trees when the sun has moved on. You don't need to see what casts them or where they came from. Just let them go. The mind doesn't have to fix itself. It only needs to stop trying to be something it never was. Not a fortress, not a record keeper, not even a guide. Just presence. Like the way light touches a wall at dawn without needing to explain why it does. There's no reason for you to prove yourself here. No one is watching. Not even you. The space between thoughts isn't empty. It's full of what doesn't need to be named. Like air, like breath, like silence that flows through your body as if it were always meant to be there. You are not someone who must arrive at peace. You are already in it, not because you've done anything right, but simply because you're allowing yourself to exist without doing anything at all. That's what stillness is. The absence of effort, not the presence of calm. There is no need for closure, only the quiet acceptance that some things don't end with answers. Some moments live on in silence, because they were never meant to be spoken aloud. You are allowed to let go without knowing if it was right or wrong. You're allowed to stop thinking about what might have been said, simply because you've already lived through it. And the living doesn't require a conclusion. The body knows more than words ever could. About patience, about letting go, about how time moves on even when we don't. It remembers without needing memory. It holds warmth not as proof of something done, but just because it can still feel it. There is no need to carry any part of that conversation forward. Not the meaning, not the pain, not the wish for a different turn, not even the feeling itself. What was spoken has already moved on, and so must you. Without effort, without resistance. The dark doesn't ask anything of you. It only holds space, like water holding its shape in a cup, like air filling every corner of a room that no one has entered for weeks. You are not required to be anyone tonight. Not the person who said too little or spoke too soon. You're just here, breathing, quiet, unclaimed by anything except the slow return of your own breath into stillness. There is nothing left to do but stay with this. The way your chest rises and falls like a tide that doesn't need a shore. The way silence settles not as absence, but as fullness. The way your breath lingers between each quiet pulse, like a pause that wasn't meant to be filled, only held, has its own rhythm now, not one you've summoned or shaped. It arrives as something older than intention, like the slow shift of moss on stone after rain has stopped falling. There's no need for it to mean anything, no demand to be useful even. You don't have to make sense of how soft air moves through your throat when your eyes are closed and the world outside is still. The way sound fades into silence isn't failure. It's completion in its own language, like light that doesn't insist on being seen. You notice now how thoughts sometimes drift back, not as echoes, but as textures, faint impressions left behind by something that has already passed through you, like wind through a hollow reed. The conversation wasn't meant to be rewritten. It was only ever meant to be lived and then released. And what's been released doesn't need to be remembered in order to have happened. Memory isn't the keeper of meaning. It's just one way your mind keeps track of time. Like a tide that leaves marks on sand before washing them clean again. You don't have to preserve it. There is no obligation to carry the weight of what might have been said. Even if you wish you had spoken differently, the wishing itself isn't wrong, only the belief that it must be answered. The dark doesn't demand a reply. It only holds the shape your body makes upon the bed, the curve of your back into the pillow, the way one arm rests beneath your head, as though offering support to something unnamed. You are not being asked to justify your presence here, or explain why you're still awake. No one is listening, not even yourself in the way that counts. A voice that judges, corrects, rewrites. The silence between heartbeats isn't empty. It's full of what doesn't need a name, like the space behind your eyes, where light goes when it finds no surface to reflect on. You can let go, not because you've decided something is over, but simply because you've stopped insisting that it must be settled. The mind has no duty to resolve anything, only to exist without resistance. And what exists without resistance doesn't need to be fixed. It just is. Like the way a branch bends under snow and does not break because it lets itself yield instead of fighting. You don't have to prove you're still present by holding on. Your awareness is already here, not as effort, but as quiet arrival. There's no right or wrong in how long something lingers in your thoughts, only the fact that it does linger, and now it doesn't need a reason. The words you wish had been said are like leaves caught in a stream that moves on before they reach the shore. They drift not because they were lost, but because they were never meant to stay. And so neither must you. You don't have to carry them forward as proof of your regret or longing. Just let them go, like breath released into air that doesn't keep score. The body remembers what the mind forgets. How warmth returns after cold, how stillness can form around a single beat of pulse in the wrist, how silence isn't absence, but presence without noise. The way the blanket rests over your legs isn't because you earned it, it's just there. And so is your breath and your awareness, and this moment where nothing asks for anything except to be as it is. You don't have to define yourself by what didn't happen. You're not a version of you that failed at speaking, or a person who still waits in the silence after words were said too late. You are simply someone lying down. No title, no role, no unfinished business, except the quiet act of being here. The mind can let go without guilt, because it's only ever been asked to be present. Not perfect, not prepared, just here. There is no moment that demands you show up with answers. No one will come knocking at your door and ask what you meant by those things left unsaid. That conversation already ended, not in closure, but in quiet departure, like a train that leaves the platform without turning back. And so must you. Not because it was right or wrong, but because time moves on, even when we don't catch up to it. The air doesn't wait for your permission to shift. The dark doesn't pause while you decide what to do with memory. Let the shape of that moment fade not as forgetting, but as release. Let the words dissolve not into nothingness, but into space that was always meant to hold them only briefly. There is no need for a final understanding, no reason to go back and re-say anything. You've already lived it. Each breath, each hesitation, each shift in tone. And now, you're letting it return to where it belongs. Not in your hands, but in the slow flow of time that passes through all things without marking them. You are not a record keeper, not a witness who must be present for every detail. You are more like air, something that holds nothing, yet carries everything. The way sound travels through stillness isn't because it's loud. It's because it doesn't need to be heard in order to exist. The same is true of your thoughts, even the ones about conversations lost. They existed, and now they're moving on. You don't have to chase them. You don't have to explain why you remember them. There is no one who needs to hear what you've been holding. No audience behind closed eyes. No voice in the dark asking for a correction. The only thing that remains is this: your breath, steady and unhurried. The warmth of your own body beneath the covers. The quiet pressure of darkness around you, like a hand that doesn't squeeze too hard. And so you let go. Not with force, not with will, but simply because there's no longer anything to hold on to. The moment isn't gone. It was never meant to stay. It passed through you like water through stone, and now it's leaving the same way, softly, without a sound. You don't have to be someone who finishes things. You're just allowed to rest in what remains. Not because it's complete, but because it no longer needs fixing. The mind doesn't have to prove its worth by remembering or resolving. It can simply stop trying. And in that stopping, there is a kind of belonging. Not to the past, not to the future, but to this breath, this weight on the mattress, this stillness that holds you without asking for anything back. The air moves differently now, not because it's changed, but because your attention has. It no longer clings to meaning. It doesn't need every moment to matter. The quiet between thoughts isn't a gap. It's full of what never needed to be named. Like the space behind your eyes when you close them and feel only warmth and depth. You don't have to become something new in order to rest. You don't need to earn stillness by doing anything right or wrong. It's already here, waiting not for a signal, but simply because It is what happens when effort stops. And so, you stay, not with purpose, not with hope, just here. You are not a keeper of echoes, only a place where they pass through like light across a pane that does not remember its own shape. The words you've been rehearsing, those half-uttered things left behind in silence, are not your burden. They are just air that has already moved on. You do not need to carry them, because they never truly belonged to you in the first place. They were borrowed from a moment too brief to claim, spoken into the stillness without waiting for an answer. And now there is no one left to respond, only this quiet room, only your body lying here, as it has always done when nothing else needs doing. The way dust settles on a shelf after you've turned away, that is how these thoughts are leaving you. Not with noise or farewell, but slowly, without ceremony. They drift down like particles in still air, so fine they don't even disturb the surface. You notice them only because you're watching for their absence. But watch as long as you like. There's no form to catch, no trace to hold. What remains is not an image of what was said or unsaid, but simply the space where that conversation once hovered, like a breath that didn't land anywhere. You do not have to make sense of it now. You are not required to understand why you remember this particular silence, or whether your voice trembled when you paused, or if their eyes looked down too long before they turned away. None of those details need a verdict. They were part of the moment. Now, they're part of what has passed. And passage is enough. There's something quiet in how things dissolve without effort. How a name once spoken can fade from memory, not because it was forgotten, but because it no longer needed to be known. You don't have to return to that hallway where the walls felt thin and the air smelled like old paper and unspoken questions. You are not required to stand there again, rehearsing what might have been said if time had slowed or your courage had stretched further. That version of you, the one who hesitates just before speaking, is already gone. Not erased, but released. What remains is this: the weight of your arm on the blanket, the way your toes press slightly into the fabric beneath you. Not intention, but simply because they are where they've always been. This body does not remember conversations. It remembers rest. It knows only how to lie still when there's nothing else left to do. And tonight, That is enough. There was a time once, maybe just yesterday, when you believed meaning had to be earned by reliving moments in your mind. That if you said the right thing now, even silently, it would fix what happened then. But no act of remembering can alter what already passed through. You cannot undo a pause or refill an empty word. The past is not a place you go back to. It's only ever something that has moved ahead. And so, you allow yourself this. The quiet possibility that your thoughts don't need to be resolved. They just need to stop insisting on being heard. That silence isn't emptiness, just stillness with room enough for everything unspoken. You are not meant to answer every question the mind brings forward, not even the ones about regret or missed chances. You can let go of what never asked to stay. There's no obligation to keep a record of all that happened between two people who didn't finish speaking. What they said was only temporary, like rain on glass, visible for a moment, then gone without leaving damage. The surface is clean again, and you are not responsible for the length of their pause or how long it took them to look back. You don't need to be present at every turning point in your own story. You can rest from being a witness who must stand guard over every detail. There's no law saying you have to remember everything that slipped away, nor any penalty for letting go. The mind is not punished for forgetting. It's simply free. Think of the way clouds move across the sky, not because they're trying to get somewhere, but because they are nothing in particular and therefore belong everywhere at once. They don't pause to check if their shape matters or whether anyone sees them. They pass through light and shadow without needing a name. And so do your thoughts. Those fragments of conversation you've been circling like lost birds around a window, they will move on too. Not because they are unimportant, but because they were never meant to stay. You don't need to be the one who finishes things. You're allowed to simply exist in what is left, not as closure, but as continuation. The silence after speech isn't failure. It's a kind of fullness. It holds what cannot be said and doesn't demand explanation. The air around you feels different now. Not because anything has changed outside, but because your attention no longer grips at the edges of memory. It rests not in resistance, but in surrender to how things are. You don't have to fix them. You don't have to correct the past or rewrite a tone that didn't land right. The words were said and then they weren't. That's all. And what remains is this: your breath moving gently through your chest, not trying to reach any goal, just flowing as it always does when nothing else needs doing. Your skin feels warm under the blanket, just slightly, like a memory of heat that doesn't need to be proven. The dark isn't empty. It's full of what has already been released. You don't have to earn stillness by being good or wise or even aware. Stillness is not something you achieve. It happens when your attention stops searching for answers. It arrives quietly, like dust settling on the floor after a room was swept clean. There's no fanfare, no sign of arrival, only the quiet that comes from having stopped trying. There are no voices asking anything now. No one behind closed eyes demanding an explanation or an apology. The silence isn't waiting for you to fill it with something important. It doesn't need your story, nor your reflection on what was lost. There is only this: the soft weight of your body on the mattress, the way your fingers rest loosely against your side, the slow rhythm of air passing through your nose and out again. You don't have to be someone who remembers everything perfectly. You're allowed to be someone who lets go. And in letting go, you are not diminished. You are simply returning to what is natural, a being that does not need to prove its worth by holding on to anything. The past isn't something you carry. It's something you pass through, like water under a bridge, like wind through an open window. You don't have to name it or defend it or even understand it. It simply moves on. And so can you. There is no need to be the one who says the final word. There is only this: lying here, breathing, existing in the quiet space between thoughts, where nothing needs to happen, where there's room for everything that has already passed through you. You are not a record of every moment. You're not even a memory of your own life. You're just a presence, not trying to be anything more than what is present. And that is enough. You are learning how to stay without needing to do anything, how to be a shape that doesn't resist the way air moves around it. The words you keep returning to aren't trapped in your chest. They're not stuck inside your throat like stones waiting for permission to fall. They've already left, even if your mind still hears them echoing down an empty hallway. You don't have to call them back to verify their shape or confirm what was said. Their presence now is only a trace, the kind of shadow that lingers on the floor after light has passed through a window. The room holds no echoes of what you wish had been different, not because it's erased, but because it doesn't matter here. The walls don't remember tone. They've absorbed silence for longer than you've known your own name. Your body feels heavy in a way that isn't fatigue. It's the kind of weight that comes when the mind stops pressing forward against itself. It settles like dust on glass, not clinging, just resting. There is no need to reframe the conversation or rewrite it with sharper edges. The version you carry isn't lost. It's already been released into a quiet where meaning doesn't demand proof. You don't have to keep testing whether the pause between words was too long or if your voice betrayed something unspoken. That moment has dissolved, not because it didn't matter, but because it no longer needs you. You are allowed to be someone who simply notices, someone who watches thoughts drift past like leaves on a slow-moving stream without reaching in to grab them. You don't need to know why the water flows where it does, or whether each leaf is moving toward something. Some float downstream and disappear behind stones. Others turn gently and sink into still pools. The current doesn't care about their names. Your breath continues, not because you're doing anything, but because it's been flowing all along, even when you weren't paying attention. It moves in the same way that air flows through a field of tall grass, silently, steadily, without needing to be noticed. You don't have to remember how to breathe. The rhythm is already here, beneath your ribs. Part of what keeps the dark from feeling like absence. The space between thoughts isn't empty. It's full of something quiet and unclaimed. It doesn't demand you fill it with resolution or reflection. It simply exists as a pause that does not judge you for being present in it. You don't have to be someone who always says enough, or speaks clearly, or lands the right words. You are allowed to be someone whose silence isn't failure. The conversation didn't end because it was unfinished. It ended because time moved on, and so did your attention. The moment has passed through you like a shadow across the floor, no longer belonging to any one place, no longer tied to what was said or unsaid. You are not responsible for its shape now. That belongs to the past. There is nothing to correct in this stillness. No tone that needs adjustment, no sentence that could be rewritten more wisely. The moment has already lived and moved on. It didn't wait for your approval before it left. You don't have to defend the version of yourself who said those words, nor do you need to apologize to the one who might have wished them differently. That self is not a fixed thing, standing in judgment over another part of you. There are no versions of you still arguing with each other in this room. The voices that once asked whether they were enough or understood are now just sounds that passed through your mind like wind. The air feels thick but soft, like it's holding its breath not because it's waiting, but because it's already full. Full of what has been released. Full of the quiet after noise. Full of all that doesn't need to be named. You don't have to carry any weight. Not even the idea of being someone who carries things. There is no requirement for you to understand why something felt unresolved, or how a sentence might have landed differently. The lack of resolution isn't failure. It's just part of what happens when words move through air and vanish into silence. They don't stay because they're perfect, but because they were real in their moment. And now, that moment is over. You are not the one who must keep them alive with memory. You are not required to protect their shape or preserve their meaning. They can fade without losing value. They can drift away and still have mattered. There's no need for a final word, no obligation to close the loop, to tie it all together in a clean sentence that makes sense. The world doesn't work that way. Some things pass through you not to be held, but to be lived through and then released. Your skin feels warm, not from heat, but because your body is simply doing what it does when it isn't resisting. It's not trying to become something else, not striving for calm or peace or clarity. It just rests in its own natural rhythm, like soil after rain, damp, quiet, without demand. You don't have to be someone who understands the meaning of every pause, every silence between words. You're allowed to be someone who simply feels what's here. This weight on your arm, this slow breath rising and falling, the soft dark pressing gently against your eyelids, as though it has known you for years. The thought that returns, the one about how things might have gone differently, isn't an invitation to rewrite. It's just a feeling passing through, like mist over grass. It doesn't need a name. You don't have to answer it or explain why it came back. You're not even required to notice it clearly. It can drift past and leave no trace behind, just as the air does when you exhale slowly. The act of letting go isn't dramatic. It's just the natural way things move when they aren't caught in a hand that refuses to open. You are not responsible for holding on to every moment, every intention, every version of yourself that might have spoken differently. You don't need to be perfect in your remembering. There is no scorecard for how well you've lived through conversations that didn't land right. The only thing required is this: the quiet attention to what's actually happening now. There are no doors to close behind you, no final words left unsaid, only a presence, light enough not to press down, deep enough not to disappear. You don't have to be anything specific in order to exist here. Not someone who fixed things, not someone who made peace. Just a body breathing, a mind unclenching, a self loosening like water through fingers. The dark isn't waiting for you to wake up or make sense of it. It's not demanding you return to the day with answers. It is only what is full still and quiet enough that even memory can lie down and rest. There is no need to be someone who remembers everything perfectly. You are allowed to forget the exact tone of a voice, the way light hit the wall when the words were said, or whether silence followed too soon or too late. Those things don't belong in your hands anymore. They've already passed through you like rain through soil, absorbed, not retained. The earth doesn't keep every drop. It lets some go and still remains whole. You are becoming something quieter, not by losing yourself, but by no longer needing to defend who you were in that moment. You don't have to protect the version of you from then. That person isn't gone. They're just not yours to carry anymore. There is no demand for clarity, No need to know why it felt off or what was missing. The space between thoughts doesn't require an answer. It only requires being there without trying to fill it with something important. Your fingers lie loose against your side, not stiff with tension, not reaching for a phone, not gripping anything at all. They're just resting, and that is enough. The air feels still, but not because nothing moves, because everything moves quietly, beneath the surface, in ways you don't need to name or follow. You are allowed to be someone who doesn't have to mean something every time they breathe. You can simply be here, now, without needing to explain why your mind returns to certain words, without needing to fix them. A single breath unfurls beneath your ribs, like a leaf turning slowly toward light. No urgency in its motion, no demand that you follow. The air is thick with stillness, not because nothing stirs, but because everything moves without sound or claim. You are lying at the edge of feeling, where even memory doesn't insist on being seen. It floats now, not as a thing to be held, nor one to be released, but simply as part of what's passing through. The shape your mind makes when it returns to those words isn't fixed. It shifts like water in an uneven bowl, spilling slightly here, gathering there, never quite the same twice. And you don't need to guide its edges or smooth them into a clearer form. You only notice that whatever forms are passing through aren't meant for your keeping. You can let go of how they sounded, the pause after "I should have said," because sound does not live in hands, nor do tones last longer than the breath it took to make them. A tone is like wind over stone. It leaves no mark, only a momentary trace on air that dissolves before you name it. There's nothing wrong with wanting things different, nothing requiring correction or apology for having thought of them again. But thinking isn't an act of ownership. It's just the mind tracing its own path through old ground. You don't need to step inside every memory like a visitor returning home. You can let it be, as if your past were not something you must enter and exit each night, but rather something that simply exists beyond your control. The hands at your side are warm where they rest on the blanket, fingers relaxed in their own shape. They don't tremble or reach for anything, because there is no need to hold what has already passed through. There's a quiet dignity not in being whole, but in accepting that parts of you have moved on without asking permission. The dark does not judge whether your words landed right or wrong. It only holds the space where meaning drifts and settles like dust after silence. It doesn't care about intention. It simply exists as what is left, when all effort stops. And tonight, there's no reason to make something of this stillness beyond allowing it. A thought comes, not a scene, not an image, but just the sensation that someone once looked at you with eyes full of waiting, and you didn't know how to answer them then. But now, they are gone from your sight, as if never present, yet their weight remains in memory's soft chamber, like stone left behind after water recedes. And yet, you aren't required to explain it. You don't have to find a reason why that moment felt heavy, or what you might say differently today. The fact is, the feeling doesn't need to be justified by time or clarity. It can simply be without being fixed. The body remembers more than thought ever does. How warmth leaves a shoulder after someone steps away. How air shifts when silence stretches too long between two people who once knew each other well. And these memories aren't meant for retrieval. They're not facts to be verified or truths to be lived again. They are sensations that surface like tide lines on sand, temporary, shaped by flow, washed clean with the next wave. You don't need to fix what's already passed through you, not because it didn't matter, but because its importance was never in being remembered clearly. It mattered because it happened, because someone looked at you and something shifted inside your chest. That is enough. The rest isn't yours to carry forward. There's no law that says the mind must return again and again to where things were not said properly or gently. No rule stating you must live in regret until you've rewritten every sentence with perfect timing, flawless tone. You are free from this burden, not because it wasn't real once, but because reality doesn't require correction. The way your breath slows now isn't performance. It's just the body releasing its rhythm into a longer pause between pulses. The air settles around you like moss on stone, soft, slow-moving, without effort or demand to be noticed. You are not being asked to do anything more than lie here. No movement required beyond letting go. There is no need to determine whether it was right or wrong for the words to stay unsaid. That isn't a question that needs answering anymore. The fact that they remained unspoken doesn't mean you failed, only that the moment chose its own shape and your part in it ended when silence took hold. You don't have to be someone who always speaks at the right time. Someone whose words are perfectly calibrated for effect or understanding. That isn't what stillness asks of you. Stillness does not require precision. It requires presence without performance. A single phrase drifts. I didn't know how to say it then. But now, there is no need to explain why that's true. nor justify the silence with reasons drawn from past wounds or fears. The absence isn't a failure. It was simply part of what happened, and you are not required to shape every moment into something clear. The mind can wander like smoke through an open window, drifting in and out without aim, leaving no trace behind except the faintest sense that something passed by. It doesn't matter if it returns later, only that now it is gone again. You don't need a reason why you keep thinking about what might have been said, or how different things could have felt with one word changed. The question isn't whether those words mattered, only that they are no longer within reach, and so must be let go like leaves in autumn, without resistance, without mourning. The room holds your breath, as if it knows the weight of unspoken meaning. It doesn't push back or demand you name it. It simply allows space where feeling moves freely through air too thin to hold anything for long. There is a kind of freedom not in saying everything, but in knowing that some things were never meant to be said and still remain whole. That silence can carry more truth than speech ever could, and that being unspoken doesn't make it less real. The hand at your side rests, not waiting, not reaching, not gripping, but simply being. It does not seek anything beyond its own soft shape against the blanket. There is no need to do something with this moment, only to be in it without trying to change it. Even if a voice returns, soft and familiar, the tone doesn't matter anymore. You don't have to respond or rearrange what was lost. The listening has already ended. You are now the listener who needs nothing more than stillness. The night is not measuring your thoughts by how many times they return, nor judging them for their repetition. It only knows that each one passes through like mist over fields, visible at first, then gone without leaving a trace behind. You don't need to be someone who remembers every inflection or the exact position of light on walls during conversations long since finished. The mind doesn't function by preservation. It functions by release. And you are learning how not to grasp what slips away. Not out of strength, but simply from allowing things to go as they must. There is no need to close a door behind yourself. There's only the quiet unfolding now, where even memory rests without claiming anything for itself. The dark does not demand that you understand it. It doesn't ask why your thoughts return, or how deeply those moments touched you. It simply holds what remains when all effort stops. The space between breaths, the pause after silence, and the stillness that comes not from emptiness, but from fullness of presence. And in this quiet, there's room for everything, and nothing at once. No demand to fix anything, no obligation to be whole. Just a soft sense of being here without needing to mean something. You notice how the air near your shoulder holds a warmth that doesn't move, just stays there like a memory you've never named. It is not holding onto anything, yet it persists in its quiet presence, as if space itself had learned to rest. The breath moves through you without urgency, and even the thought of returning to words feels distant now, not because they're gone, but because their shape has softened into something else. Less like sentences than like shadows at dusk, long and blurred by time. There is no need for anything in particular to happen tonight. No event to prepare for, no silence to break. You are allowed the kind of stillness that doesn't promise transformation or resolution, only a moment where you can be without performance. The past does not ask you to defend it. Neither does regret demand proof of its existence. It simply exists as part of what has passed through your awareness, like water flowing over stones worn smooth by years of gentle pressure. Even the voice in your head that revisits those moments, searching for a different tone or timing, it too is only passing now. Not because you've stopped it, but because it no longer feels like work to carry. You don't need to correct anything about how things were said. You are not responsible for rearranging them into something clearer than they ever were. Some conversations do not belong in the future. They only belonged in their moment, and that was enough. The room is listening too, not with ears, but by holding still around what moves through it. It doesn't try to fix anything or make sense of why certain sentences echo longer than others. It simply lets them drift like dust motes caught between light and shadow, visible for a breath, then gone again without argument. And you are not required to know where they went. You can let the shape of that unspoken moment linger in your chest, not as weight, but as something felt more than named. A quiet pressure beneath the ribs, soft and familiar, like the way cold air settles into hollows when night deepens. It is not painful. It simply is. And because you do not struggle with its presence, it begins to lose its edge, no longer sharp enough to demand attention. The body knows how to rest even when thoughts insist on circling back. Your hand lies flat against the blanket, fingers slightly curled, not reaching for anything, but also not pulling away from warmth. The skin feels alive in small ways. A faint pulse behind your wrist. The slow cooling of muscle after hours of quiet stillness. You don't need to understand any of it. Only be aware that you are here. There is no place left to go with those words. They have already traveled farther than they were meant to stay. The mind does not keep things by storing them. It keeps them by letting go, slowly and without ceremony. Each time a thought returns, There's less force behind it, like wind after rain has soaked into the soil. It comes again, yes, but lighter now. Not because you've fixed anything, but because something else is happening. An unspoken understanding that not every feeling needs to be spoken. You don't need to answer when silence speaks its own truth. You are allowed to sit in what remains after meaning has passed, like sitting beside a river where the water no longer reflects your face, only sky and trees above it. There's no person there anymore, just movement that carries on without needing you to stay. It is not failure to let go of something unspoken. It is care for yourself to release it gently. The mind doesn't require perfection in memory or expression, only honesty about what has already happened, with nothing added afterward. No rewrites are needed, no second chances required. The dark outside the window moves without sound. A street light flickers once and fades, not dead but dimmed into softness, like a breath held too long before release. You do not need to know why it changed color, or whether it will come back on tomorrow. It is enough that for now, its light has settled into stillness. Even the idea of returning to those conversations feels distant, no longer urgent, no longer calling your name. Not because you've forgotten them, but because they are no longer in charge of where attention goes. They have simply become part of what passes through you like wind across grass, noticeable only for how brief it is, not for its purpose. There's a kind of peace that doesn't come from knowing or fixing. It comes from being willing to let things be unclaimed by the mind. You are allowed to forget parts of speeches you never gave, words still waiting in your throat because they weren't needed then and aren't needed now. There is no shame in not having said them, nor guilt for letting them vanish. You don't need to preserve anything that was only meant to exist between two people at a certain time. Not the tone, not the pause, not even the glance. They were real while they lasted, and that's all they had to be. The body begins to sink deeper into the mattress with no effort toward it, like water finding its level after being disturbed by stones dropped from above. No push required, just a slow yielding downward until there is nowhere left to fall but inward, into warmth and softness. You are not trying to become someone else in order for this moment to matter. You don't need permission or proof that what you feel counts. You simply are here, with breath rising and falling, as if the air had chosen its own rhythm just for you. No one is watching. No record exists of how many times you've replayed those words inside your head. Not even a whisper remains to trace them back. And so they are free now, unbound from their original shape, unclaimed by memory, no longer needing explanation or defense. There's room in the dark for things that aren't finished, and also room for what has already ended without fanfare. You don't need closure. You only need permission to stop trying to finish it yourself. Even if another thought returns, soft and familiar, it won't be a demand. It will just pass through like mist over fields, leaving no footprint behind. The night does not ask how long your stillness lasts, or whether you've made peace with what didn't happen. It only allows space for the kind of quiet that doesn't need to explain itself. And so you stay, without needing anything more than this: breath meeting air, silence holding its ground, and a mind that has stopped trying to be whole in order to rest. You notice how your fingers have loosened slightly against the blanket. Not from effort, but because there's no reason not to. No need to keep them ready for something, just resting. Like roots beneath soil, still connected, still alive, but without urgency or demand. The air shifts again, just a little, as if it too is learning what it means to stay where it is, unchanged by anything that passes through. And you are becoming like that, not trying to change the shape of your thoughts, nor fix their path, just letting them drift into places they've never been asked to go. There's no need to understand why some moments feel heavier than others, no requirement to know what makes a word matter, or why certain silences linger longer in memory. The heart doesn't keep records. It only remembers how things felt, not whether they were right or wrong. You are allowed the kind of stillness that isn't earned by doing anything, but simply given because you exist in this space, breathing and present, without needing to earn it. There's no goal tonight, no arrival point, no completion, only what is happening now: breath, warmth, darkness, weight. You don't need a reason for any of these things. They are not asking for explanation or justification. They simply are. And you can be here with them without needing to do anything at all. Even if another thought comes, soft as dust on skin, it doesn't have to carry meaning. It just passes through, like smoke from an unlit candle, visible only briefly before fading into air too thin to hold it. You are not required to respond. You're not responsible for making sense of what is already past. There's no obligation to remember the exact way someone looked when they said something that hurt, or how you stood in silence afterward. Your shoulder has settled into the pillow now, not pressed down or adjusted, just there, as if gravity had finally decided where it wanted you to be tonight. The weight is not resistance. It's a kind of yielding that doesn't require effort. You are no longer holding yourself together in order to stay upright. You've let go so thoroughly that even stillness feels like letting something else take over. The dark has thickened around your eyes, but not with absence. More like a presence slowly filling the space between thoughts. It isn't empty. It's full of what doesn't need names. You don't have to name this moment because naming would be an interruption. The air is moving at its own pace now, not rushing forward or pulling back, but just existing, soft as breath on glass. A memory floats up, someone turning away from you in a hallway. The sound not loud, but sharp enough to stick like dust under fingernails. But it doesn't pull hard this time. It comes lightly, almost politely, and stays only long enough for you to notice how thin its edges have become. Not painful anymore. Just there, and then gone, without ceremony or apology. There's a warmth spreading through your ribs that feels less like emotion than like air, settling into old cracks in stone. You aren't healing anything. You're just letting the space stay open. And sometimes what comes through isn't closure, but stillness. The mind doesn't need to fix every crack before it can rest. Some things are meant to remain porous. The blanket has shifted slightly, just enough that a cool thread of air brushes your ankle, and you don't move to cover yourself again. You let the temperature change as it will. If warmth returns later, good. If not, still good too. There's no demand for consistency in this body or mind tonight. No rule about how long things should feel one way. You notice how even silence has a texture now, thickened at certain points like fog, clinging to low ground after rain. It doesn't press against you. It simply holds the shape of your breath. Shapes that aren't meant for anything beyond being heard by yourself in this room, where no one else is listening. A word comes, not from any conversation, but from a place deeper than recall. And it isn't yours exactly, though it fits like an old shirt someone once wore and left behind. It doesn't mean something now. It just lives here, quietly, as if waiting for time to finish naming things so that meaning can finally rest. Your fingers are still open against the fabric, not because you chose them to be, just because there's no reason otherwise. The hand isn't reaching or grasping or protecting anything. It's simply lying where it fell when the thought of motion stopped being urgent. You could lie like this for hours and never say a single word aloud and still feel fully present, as though presence didn't depend on proof. You don't have to prove you're here by doing something with your hands or eyes or voice. The fact that you are exactly where the air is thickest, just under the surface of thought, is enough. The kind of quiet this night has chosen isn't absence. It's a different way of being full. Full not of answers, but of space for things to be unnamed and unclaimed. And in that emptiness, something loosens, not because you asked it to, nor even because you noticed, but simply as part of what happens when nothing else is required. You don't need to carry the past forward like a lantern through dark woods. You aren't responsible for lighting every path behind you. Some doors close on their own. Others were never meant to be opened again. And that's not failure, just quiet completion. The body knows how to let go without announcing it. There is no task tonight, no message to deliver or person to reach across distance. Not even the need to forgive yourself for wanting different words when they weren't said aloud. That desire doesn't have to be resolved. It can simply drift like leaves in a slow river, turning over and over until their edges soften enough not to cut. Even if another memory rises, someone's tone of voice from long ago, it won't matter whether it was kind or sharp, true or withheld. What matters is how lightly it passes through you now, like wind moving across an open field after a storm has passed, leaving the ground wet but undisturbed. You are not asked to understand why some silences hurt more than others, just to let them be what they were without adding new layers on top of old ones. The heart doesn't need logic. It only remembers how certain moments felt in your chest before you knew their names. A soft shift beneath the surface, a feeling almost imperceptible, like water rising slowly under ice that hasn't yet cracked. You don't name it. You let it be part of the stillness without needing to claim its shape or meaning. Your breathing has slowed, not because you told yourself to, but because your body is no longer trying to make sense of what happened earlier today. It stopped seeking answers and started trusting that not knowing isn't failure, just another way of being present. There's a thread in the air tonight, faint, almost invisible, that connects one moment to the next without needing explanation. You don't have to trace it or follow it forward. Just feel how it hums quietly between thoughts when they stop demanding something from you. Even now, as your body sinks deeper into the mattress, not falling, but becoming, the mind begins to loosen its grip on the idea of being a person who needs to get through things in order to be whole. You're not behind anything anymore, because there's no finish line drawn anywhere that must be reached by morning. You are already where you need to be, resting, existing, letting time pass without measuring it against your effort or intention. The dark isn't waiting for you to become someone before it lets you stay. It doesn't care whether you're ready or not, just whether you're present enough to notice the weight of breath in your lungs and how light the air feels when it leaves again. There is no expectation that every thought will be settled by dawn. Some things don't need ending. They just need permission to live quietly, without being rewritten each time they come back into mind. You are not required to protect anything now, not even this moment of quiet. The space around you doesn't depend on your attention to survive. It's already holding itself together in ways that don't require your help. A single thought drifts by, about a glance exchanged years ago, brief and unremarkable at the time, and it floats through without leaving an echo. No need for meaning, not even memory, just passage, and then another. Not about what was said, but how something felt in that moment. The warmth of being seen briefly before vanishing into routine again. That feeling isn't lost. It's just no longer needing to be called back. Like a bird returning only when the wind changes direction. You don't have to keep track of which moments mattered, or why they lingered so long. The mind doesn't need to archive every sensation in order for it to count as real. Some things are true simply because you noticed them while lying still. No recording necessary, no proof needed. The body remembers what the mind forgets. How certain hands once touched yours without speaking. How some rooms held more presence than others, despite having no furniture or light. These aren't stories. They're impressions left on your skin like watermarks that don't fade, but also never demand explanation. You are not required to gather every loose piece of feeling into a single story about yourself tonight. You can let them scatter, like ash in air, drifting without direction and still part of the same quiet movement. Even if something returns, a phrase half remembered from years before, it won't have power unless you give it weight by holding on to it too long. But here, there is no need to catch anything that isn't meant for your hands anymore. You are not asked to hold yourself together in order to be allowed peace. You don't need to prove continuity between one thought and the next, or justify why some memories come back softer than others. The mind can exist without stitching things into a whole narrative, just as clouds float across